Going into stage now. Sounded a little bit lazy on the front half, but it's getting moving at the top end of the racetrack. And a 7:37, that's a nice step forward for him. He moves into the number 2 qualifying spot. So a 7:37 will slot him in behind Jason Lee. Ryan Lemont in 3rd, Lockie Ireland in 4th, and Luke Crowley in 5th. This means that in round 1 this afternoon, we will have number 1 and 2 in the championship going head-to-head, Jason Lee and Luke Crowley. That is going to be good. I'm looking forward to that. So Pro Bike is done. Qualifying is in the books. And we will be moving into the first round very, very shortly.
Yeah, I'm interested too with Jason and Luke, because I don't think Luke would be too happy with that launch, and he's a pretty serious guy at the best of times. Just want to make an announcement. If your name is Donna Bulmer and you've lost a credit card, could you please come to the tower? Our meeting director has it. So if your name is Donna Bulmer, please come to the tower, and our meeting director has your credit card that has been found.
So we will be moving into the X-Pro by Aeroflow Funny Cars very, very shortly. You can see Morris McMillan going out to inspect the racetrack. Hi, Morris. Give us a wave. There he is. Hi, mate. Hope you're well. He's always got time to wave to his fans. We are doing a quick spray down there as well, so a little bit of track preparation before we roll out these funny cars. And at the moment, Morris McMillan sitting, well, he was number 1 after the one and only qualifying session. The other cars struggled a little bit. Looked like they were kicking the tyres loose a little bit down track. But Morris made it stick. A 4.00 was a very, very nice pass off the trailer. And I dare say he's licking his lips at the conditions we've got here this afternoon, because, yeah, he's got that smile on his face. He knows we've got some go-fast conditions in front of us right now. So I'm not saying it's going to be quick, but I'm looking at the body language and I'm saying it might be a little bit quick.
Well, so I saw the head nod. So, and, you know, when Morris has got a cheeky grin on his face, you know he's up to something. So.
100%. Of course, you can see all the cars back there. Great to see Justin Walsh back in the car after missing the last round of the championship due to illness. Great to see him back in the seat. Had a pretty good super sub last time out at the Bend, though, in the form of Tommy Johnson Jr., a guy who's done a little bit in funny cars and top fuel over the years, so he knows how to get it down there. The other guy that I'm really impressed with is Josh Lay, only in his 2nd season of running Nitro Funny Cars, and he's really taken to the Aeroflow car, the flagship car in the fleet, you've got to admit, or the rocket car, I should say, the flagship car in the fleet, and he's doing a fantastic job as well. So awesome to see the funny cars rolling out in force yet again, and we will have top fuel coming out. Of course, we're going back-to-back with professional sessions here this afternoon at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. We absolutely love this event for a number of reasons. We get huge crowds. We love this time of year. Racing at this time of year, it gives us some of the best weather conditions, which allows us to go fast. But more importantly, you look at the entry list that we've got. Nearly 300 races here this weekend. It is absolutely phenomenal, and an absolute credit to everyone involved. And a big thank you as well to Gulf Western Oil. They've been involved with this event for, I reckon it's probably 7 or 8 years now, maybe even longer than that. Yep. And they keep coming back. And to everybody from Gulf Western Oil, thank you for your commitment to Australian drag racing and everything that you put into it, of course, sponsoring this event, and also the Gulf Western Oil Winter Nationals coming up at Willowbank in the not-too-distant future, only a couple of weeks away. If you do happen to have nothing to do on the Queen's birthday long weekend, let me tell you, jump on the highway, head up to Queensland, and you'll see some fantastic drag racing up there as well, because the Winter Nationals always has been one of those events that if you haven't been there and seen it in person, make sure you head up and see it, because it is a bucket list item without a shadow of a doubt. You can see that we're just doing a quick spray of the racetrack out there. Our track guru, Justin Simpson, will be sitting on the tyre rotator down there, ready to just knock the top off the spray, and we will be able to go racing very, very shortly. So make sure you do head out as well and check out all of the trade stands that we've got around the place this weekend as well. There's plenty of merchandise on sale. Of course, the NDRC merchandise tent as well. Got some fantastic deals going on. Make sure you do check it out, because it will go quick. Looking at the size of the crowd we've got in here today and what we're expecting as well tomorrow. And that is the other thing. Make sure that you do grab your tickets for tomorrow, because although this is day 1, or day 2 of racing, I should say, day 3 is going to be even bigger, of course, the final 2 days of racing, and we get to give out trophies tomorrow afternoon. And ultimately, that's what it's all about, championship points and championship trophies.
Well, after this session of Group 1, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to stick around in the stands, because straight after the second qualifier, the all-run format for Pro Stock Motorcycle, we've still got some blown methanol action that'll be happening. We're slated to have Supercharged Outlaws, although I think we might have the Junior Dragster session that might come out before it, because they've got to have their round 2. They've got 6 rounds of racing for the Junior Dragsters. We had a massive field, and the Supercharged Outlaws, they've been turning it on as well. So it's not just the pro classes, it's also the Supercharged Outlaws are doing a fantastic job as well, and it's pretty tight. There's some very, very tight racing. Of course, that's dial your own racing. So a lot of those drivers, they'll be looking over their time cards, checking over the data. But I'll tell you what, guys, I will say one thing. A little bit earlier, when I was able to get up into the grandstand with the microphone, you know, I've been commentating here at Sydney Dragway for about 12, 13 years, and I've got to say this is one of the biggest crowds that I've ever seen here at Sydney Dragway. And just to stand in the middle of that grandstand and hear you guys cheering, getting ready for Nitro, you know, it's not just the racers, it's all you race fans as well, whether you're in the grandstand or on the Eastern Bank. All I can say is, drag racing fans, you guys rock. We love you. And I'll tell you what, we've got some plenty more racing to come. And I've got Wade Auger, who has got probably just as much energy, if not more, than me.
Oh, I don't know that anyone's got your energy, Stu. I want what you've got, mate. That is for sure. Fantastic crowd, Stu, no doubt about it. We're preparing for qualifying session number 2 for Nitro Funny Car and for Top Fuel, but the first round of competition for Doorslammer as well. Wonderful to see such a great crowd here. Boy, it's busy in the pit area. Really cool to have a couple of rookies down there. Well, 2 or 3 rookies, actually, although I can't say that Shay is a rookie because she was at Nitro up north. So she's already, Shay Mealyson, already a bit of an old hand at this stuff, but bro Connor, who is one of the Dragons stars on the rise, is here with Dad, Rhett. Wait, great to have you guys here. And also Emma and Cooper, about to enjoy some start line experience stuff down here as well. So very, very intense build up in the pits, particularly for the Gregorini team. Matt Nolte joins me back. We saw Lisa down at the front of the car on the return road, and that is a very, very busy pit area. The Canoolis are down there. It's like everybody, all hands on deck to see if she can make it out for this first round, because it's actually competition for Doorslammer. Everybody else is still doing their qualifying. Not so, however, for our Doorslammer round 1.
And like we've seen before in the sport of sprint cars, where there's been an incident during a race, you see many teams get involved to help with the rebuild. Today, we're seeing that in drag racing, which doesn't always happen. No.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's serious stuff, right? This is exactly what we're trying to do. So, yeah, very, very cool to see teams united when they need to be, but still rocking it in the true spirit of competition. Just looking for our matchups coming up soon for Doorslammer. Now, we haven't seen anybody go into the 3s yet here for X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car. So really looking forward to seeing whether somebody, and I fancy that's going to happen, Nolts.
I do too, with that sun. Look, there's not a cloud over us now. Some shadows across the track. And is it me, or was that crowd even bigger than what we had during Q1? How could it not be? That was a nuts session earlier today. And I think it's just about to be turned up a little bit higher here at Sydney Dragway at the 2025 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. with the second and final qualifying coming up for X-Pro Nitro Funny Car. Top Fuel to follow that. Doorslammer with their first round. Pro Stock also with their first round. What a cracking final round of qualifying that was earlier.
Oh, absolutely.
But for the two Nitro classes here, once this session's done, they then have a think about race day, where they all come out 3 times. If you haven't seen drag racing before, or you haven't been for a while, this is the way the NDRC has been for several seasons now, where we bring everybody out not once, but 3 times on race day.
You know, Nolts, I was just chatting before down there with my little second cousins and my big cuz Rhett down there as well, and we're talking about Connor Mulyson and Shay. She plays for the Steelers down in the Illawarra, Wollongong area, and Connor is one of the Dragons faithful, one of the rising talents of Dragons football down in the Gong. I got to say, how good was Origin for the NRLW? The Blues girls did an absolutely mega job to take down the Maroons in Queensland. I think we should all put our hands together for the girls. What an amazing effort that was in Origin, and what a game. Holy cow. Just a ripping form of sport. We're about to take the gloves off on this one, however. We know that Morris McMillan is currently your #1 qualifier with a 4.00. Only one into the 4s at the moment. Justin Walsh, a 5.08. Josh Lay with issues as well, and Damon Payton. But we didn't see the best of anybody in that session.
No, McMillan's time was pretty stunning, to say the least, but he was the only car that really set a respectable time during that session at 321.9 miles an hour, 518 kilometres an hour, incidentally. That is fast, whichever way you look at it right now. Has not done that kind of time in qualifying. We know the car's done 3.94
correct
before in race trim. He won the Riverbend Nationals with a 96 at the previous. Remember, it's a year this weekend, since we went to 1,000 feet racing.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an historic moment for the sport, no doubt about that, Nolts. These cars, these engines, we're talking about, when you put it on paper, you go, yeah, fair enough, 500 cubic inch, stuff like that, kind of what you expect from drag racing. And then you go, 11,000 horsepower.
How do you do that?
11,000. Effectively the same motor combination that you're seeing in top fuel dragsters. The difference, of course, is in the body, is in the wheelbase, in perhaps the nastiness of the way these things. Remember Tommy Johnson Jr. saying, it wants to fight you the whole way in a Nitro Funny Car. It wants to go to the center, it wants to go to the wall. It doesn't want to sit in the middle and let you have an easy ride.
And sometimes that 4 seconds would feel like 4 minutes fighting one of these cars at 1,000 feet. So a little bit of a track rub going on here right now to make sure the playing surface is absolutely immaculate for the 2 Nitro classes to come very, very soon. Of course, the Aeroflow Sportsman Championship racing will continue on into the early evening here, with ideal weather conditions. We're expected to be a little bit better again tomorrow for race day, so player comfort conditions will be ideal if you're a spectator or if you're in one of these amazing Nitro cars at the Nitro Champs, a real iconic Sydney Dragway event. It's been going for many, many years.
Not too much longer, as Nolt said, just a little bit of track work here at the moment, just scrubbing the surface to get the optimum results. Nitro cars require a different racing surface in how they translate when you're trying to put 11,000 horsepower to the ground. The championship right now sees New Zealander based in Sydney these days with his wife Monza and their 2 beautiful kids. Morris McMillan is currently the series leader, but all the way Josh Lay, this 3rd generation funny car racer out of Canberra, 6 points behind him, Nolts. As we come into this, and of course with the Winter Nationals looming in June, there's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, the 2 tearaways in this year's series, they've got at least 180 points back to Justin Walsh, who sat out the last round. He's still fighting the conditions. He's still recovering and trying to get his head back in the game. If that burnout didn't shake out any more bugs in his system before, I don't know what else could help him.
They definitely
want. Car.
His plan is definitely to get into the 3s, Nolts. There's absolutely no doubt about that. So everybody's sitting, what would you call it, at the start line end of the crowd, right, on either side here.
Yeah.
Yep. So right near the VP and the Pepper sort of side of things, and good to see everyone from VP Racing Fuels as well. If you're sitting against the kind of the very end, the corporate boxes and commentary end, all you folks just sitting at the closest end to the tunnel coming out, you just stick your hands up for us for a second, or you like just sitting closest. Yep. So we're going to wander down and throw a wave down this track, Nolts. There's way too many people not to do a Mexican Nitro wave down that straightaway. So everybody in that corner is basically where the grandstand sort of moves around to become part of the straight, where the tractor is now, okay? If you're lined up with that, where's all the kids in that area? Stick your hands up for me, kids. All right, on the count of 3, we're going to launch a bit of a wave from that spot, all right? So when the tractor is about to roll back out, we'll line it up with Simpso, unless he parks it up,
parking it.
which would be just my luck.
He must have heard us.
So on the count of 3, all you fans at that end where the tractor just went up, I want you to send a wave down this racetrack, all right, down the grandstand. 1, 2, 3, up you go. Kids, I want you to follow it around, looking average. We need to do that better. We can do that better. I know we just need to launch it better. We'll try it again. Everybody at that end, let's try it one more time. Near the funny cars end. 1, 2, 3, up you go. That's looking better. Down the straightaway, make it noisy.
Here comes the tide.
That's better. Looking good, looking good. Keep it going. Nice. We'll try one more time, everybody. On the count of 3, down this end. 1, 2, 3. Up you go. Now we're going to get it rocking. Right past the Reed family walking down the girls just at the moment as the wave went through them. Good work. Boy, look at the sunny conditions on the left-hand side. Everybody in the Aeroflow side of things are just bathed in sunshine.
Yeah, Rocket side's got jackets on and beanies, and the left side's going medium rare at the moment. About to watch these 2 Nitro Funny Cars come to life. X-Pro qualifying session number 2. Can we get into 3s? I think we can today. We're so close with it now. 4004 for McMillan and Damon Payton. He's shaken off the rookie status at the Riverbend Nationals, and he means business aboard this beautiful yellow and black funny car. Fans of all ages digging this, would you say cherry red livery, maybe a darker red? You're good with paints. Perhaps?
Am I?
Yeah.
Finger painting, maybe? Yeah, no, we'll go with that. We'll call it boosted red.
Okay.
It kind of has that one bad Kiwi feel about it as well. The alcohol funny car sort of side of things. And when you go back even further to the little Red Devil, that was a prominent fixture as well in the GC lineup. And Damon Payton out of Mackay. Fire in the hole. What can the rookie do? At this point, a low 4 would be good for anybody but McMillan. He wants to step this thing into the 3s. You could argue that that's almost a given. Watch for Spud, the young guy at the front, about to give him the burnout signal. He's a show on his own, the Spud. Oh, that was a little bit gentle. Not the burnout from Payton. That thing got all sorts of up and about. Wow. Nice smoky burnout from the Kiwi.
And little to no wind. The way those nitro fumes are just hanging right in front of our commentary box window, suggesting little to no breeze, and that's ideal. These conditions are just as good as what we had a few weeks ago over in Adelaide. The difference is this track is almost completely in shade now compared to what we saw for Q2
absolutely.
at the Riverbend Nationals. The teams go to work on these 2 cars looking down the famous quarter mile. 1,000 feet though for our nitro classes. Those orange boards indicate that further down. Also helps the drivers know when to stop, pull the chutes, and hope you pull up at the other end. Looking at cars that can achieve 530 kilometres an hour.
Body is down already for Payton. Brody Pilkington brings him in. Very versatile tuner. His daughter thinks we referencing him being a fish. His little daughter. Why are they calling Daddy a tuner? We're good to go now from Payton. A look over to see where Gareth will give his mate, Morris McMillan, the go. And it's time for round 2 of X Pro by Aeroflow. Nitro Funny Cars. Are we going to the 3s? Nolte says yes. I tend to agree with him. How low if we can? McMillan, they're each single. About to come in now and double it. Go. No for McMillan.
Oh!
It was an ugly run, but can Payton get there to the end first and claim it? I would.
And does.
Yeah, I would. 660, beating the boss. So not exactly the run that either one of those teams wanted as everybody on the start line readjusts their fillings.
And you referenced tuna as in the fish variety before for McMillan. That car was fishtailing.
Nice.
You can see that.
Oh, have a look at the tyre track. So we can see that from the top of our commentary position, but dead set, it is so corrugated.
Yep.
You can't even imagine what the energy is like that goes through the car.
And even on the launch, you can see the tyre shake had gone through. There's patches of rubber looking from, if you look from the screen, if you're watching the big screen, you can see the left-hand side. It's just got these chatter marks heading down there. So that 4004 hangs. Can Justin Walsh or Josh Leahy? Oh, boy. We've got only 2 chances to do it now. In the second and final qualifying session, our track crew just making sure there's no leakage out there, nothing dangerous, and keeping this show moving. Now, officials, a lot of them been here all day yesterday, late into the night with that incident for Jake Donnelly. We wish him all the best. That was a big one yesterday and put us significantly behind time, plus the weather early in the afternoon. So we thank our volunteers, many of which have been here for years and years and years, supporting Sydney Dragway. They look forward to this event every single year.
Yeah, it's Christmas in May. Forget July, forget December. Fire in the hole. Walsh is just keen to get into the threes. Josh Leahy seems like he's been in the game for a minute and he's already got a pair of 9s. To his credit, admittedly 99s and 98s, but hey, he's in there. They push the Hearts Paint Supplies entry through the water. Very business-like burnout from Justin. He was telling me that Tommy Johnson Jr. sent a text individually to everyone on that team, wishing them good luck today, and to Damon Payton, saying, come on, mate, breathe, you know what you got to do.
Yeah.
So Johnson's almost like an international mentor.
He rated him highly too, didn't he, after the first time they met, and that was in the B final at the Riverbend Nationals just a few weeks ago. Tommy Johnson, no doubt, keeping a keen eye on things in the middle of the night over in Indianapolis, Indiana. Walsh, the reigning X-Pro Nitro Funny Car champion. He won 4 events last year, missing in action at the previous round, back behind the familiar Hearts Paint Supplies car. And against Josh Leahy.
I did say to him, we saw you do the worm when you wrapped up the championship at the Winters. If you run a 393, what kind of dance can we expect from that? He's got a bit of work to do to get there yet, but anything into the 3s would be delightful at this point. Leahy, what a revelation that guy has been. He's got funny car in his DNA. His granddad, Roland, lived and breathed it. His uncle and his dad. And of course his wife on her side, the Walfords with Kelsey, and that incredible dynasty as well. Crew chiefs looking over.
Nitro just hanging in the air here. It's going to keep on rolling after this with Top Fuel qualifying 2. Can they bump McMillan off the #1 spot? Time to find out.
Oh, this is better from Justin. Kind of got to the center a little bit, and I think that cost him if you look at the way that the tracks, but still running a 4-2. So not what Justin Walsh wanted in that situation, but still a reasonable run for Justin. They will keep creeping up on it, as it were. Please put your hands together for Justin Walsh as he goes up to P2 now with a 4:26 at this point.
A chunk of time, but he rode that car as long as he could before he got towards the center line and shut it down to drop into #2, giving McMillan his second #1 qualifying in X-Pro Nitro Funny Car for this season with a 4:004 ahead of Walsh, Leahy and Damon Payton in the 4 cars of Nitro Funny Car. That's set. They're ready to go for race day, but the Nitro keeps on coming.
So apparently there's a Phil Reed footy head in the crowd, like the big blow up.
Oh yes,
Phil Reed head.
Where
is that? Has someone got a big Phil Reed cardboard cutout footy head? Oh, there he is. Look at him down right where the tow vehicle's about to go past. Right now, down on the fence. Oh wow. It's only slightly smaller than Phil's normal head. Did I say that? Oh, it's time for Top Fuel, everybody. And we have a very interesting situation with a pair of 371s and a 9. Incredible to think that that's the way that had panned out before. Phil Reed, a 371. Wayne Newby, a 371. Both with 9s, except there was Newby 3 mile an hour quicker.
Yeah, just a whisker under 529 kilometres an hour as we move into Q2. Well, we thought the Riverbend Nationals had some magic about it, but that was one of the toughest, fastest sessions in the history of Top Fuel in this country. Earlier today, it's Damien Harris and Phil Reed come to life. Rapisada Autosport International take on the legendary Jim Reed Racing team.
It's good to see Phil punching again. They not lost their way, but they struggled with little things like throttle linkages and silly things like that on the return back to the bend for the Riverbend Nationals. So to punch out a 371 is a very positive step forward. They've got lots of folks here from Hydrolink.
6,000s quicker than what they went for that #1 spot at the Riverbend Nationals back in October. Sorry, the Spring Nationals back in October in South Australia. But Damien Harris could just pull another one off like we saw just a couple of weeks ago. But wouldn't the Reeds like to do this right here, right now?
Do you think?
Oh, my goodness. You'll hear every single Reed, of which is about 20 here today, a collective cheer in one of those corporate suites if this happens.
It's a romantic concept. I don't think Damien Harris is into romance novels.
Nope.
He just likes it to be scientific. So Bruce Reed leans in and says to his brother, come on, let's do this. The Rappers stand shoulder to shoulder behind the quickest man in 1,000-foot history in Australia. Harris, oh, that looks good. 368, 368. It is just on the money again. Wow, Notes.
By 4 thousandths off the record. And 331.2 miles an hour at the other end.
Come on, Sydney, put your hands together for Damien Harris and the Rapisada Autosport International team.
It's out by 0.7 of a mile an hour. That's 534 kilometres an hour for Harris. Another 60, almost to about the minute from qualifying what he did back at the Riverbend Nationals. Puts himself into P1, splits those 371s at the top at least.
Oh, yeah, good. Thanks for that, Damien, for doing that, because there was a bit of confusion on that. 368. Now, ordinarily, we would have been on the chip about that had we not seen a 368 in South Australia a month ago.
Yeah.
It's getting pedestrian, this 360 stuff.
I don't know, still pretty exciting.
It is, absolutely. Well, the Rappers are heading down the lane to go and get their man. Put your hands together for them, folks. All the team in black. 368 Nolts. You've got to come tomorrow. I know you already booked in, but this is qualifying. This isn't even racing. Tomorrow is going to be wild. Group 1 kicks off at 10:45 with our introductions and our anthem. It is going to be special. I don't care what you're doing. The lawns can wait, right? Hang out the washing some of the time for your wives, husbands. Bring the family here tomorrow. It is going to be special. The Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs serving it up on qualifying day. And there's no eliminations, Nolts.
Everyone plays 3 times. There'll be A final, B final, and a C final at least tomorrow. Here at the moment with Harris ahead, 3.687. I don't think we gave that enough justice. I mean, we saw the 68 at Adelaide, but Sydney, you've just seen your first 3.6 second pass in Top Fuel at this racetrack.
And what about, let's go back to Noobs again, right? Noobs ran that 373 at the Riverbend, but because Harris ran a 368 alongside him, it almost fell down the cracks, right? Again, he's run another PB, 371 with a 9, which is Phil Reed's PB. Crazy.
Very.
And what about Larry Dixon? What about Phil Lamartina?
Well, think about it. We've got 1/10 covering 4 cars. 4 cars covered by 1/10 of a second.
You can't even click your fingers like that, right?
300s covering the first 3 in Top Fuel. It's only 5 cars, but how tight is racing going to be tomorrow as our Nitro Funny Cars make their way down the return road? Please make some noise and put your hands together, folks, for the Nitro Funny Cars here today. They'll be ready for race day And I can assure you it will be loud and fast as always.
Great vibe in this place, isn't it? It's all about the vibe. It's what it is. It's just the vibe. Here in Sydney, it's such a great crowd and such a great event. 368 with a 7 sitting there on that left-hand lane as we prepare in a moment to see our next matchup. You've got Dixon still to come, you've got Newbie still to come, and you've got Phil Lamartina. The Lamar boys standing down there with Dean Rossiter, very young crew. And Phil didn't quite get the result they wanted in their first run, so he will come out swinging as well. So Larry Dixon ran a 377, and you have to think too, it was a bit of a drive job from him. It wasn't smooth at the other end. It really drifted to the center line. So you can expect more from the American superstar Larry Dixon when he comes out in a moment as well. So out rolls Larry Dixon. How good? What? The potential is just limitless.
And there's absolutely no reason why he can't do a 60 here this afternoon. 2023 Nitro Champs winner for this team. He's had a great relationship over the years with Rapasada Autosport International, one of the most iconic names in the NHRA and drag racing for that matter, across the world.
Pickup truck comes out, which means our favourite Teletubby is about to roll out. Wayne Newby, great character. Really a polar opposite to his teammate Damien Harris. Damien is very serious. He's in the IT business.
No nonsense.
No, absolutely. I love the way he said it at the Westerns. Yep, good with that. Happy to make them all look like clowns. I love the way he calls things out. And you got noobs who would have fun at a tax convention. Such a jocular person in retrospect. And Larry Dixon's got a bit of a passing reference to Jim Carrey when you look at Larry Dixon a little bit. Phenomenal driver. Multiple championship wins in the NHRA. Runs basically a ride experience now in his own top fuel car in the US. And so good to have him out here. So Tino, they bring the canopy car forward of Wayne Newby, current championship leader, and really finally got that win he was desperate for at the Bend as well.
Yeah, he may not have been in the spotlight on Saturday, but certainly that A final win certainly made up for it. What a weekend it was. This inter-team battle, their third car. We have seen this team run 4 over the years.
Yeah, remember, and it was cool to see Shane Olive here as well with Brittany running around before, the old Sholive. Really cool to see. I remember when he won. Remember he actually won here, but he won it in Heathcote.
Yes.
Remember how he had the split round because of the weather situation? So he actually got his first ever round win in Heathcote, though it was from here for Nitro Champs. So it was kind of one of those weird deals, the way that panned out. The Rapasada brothers, Rob Cavannino as well, is such a great nucleus of people that work so hard on these cars.
And the canopy car that was heavily damaged in qualifying at Willowbank back in January. They patched it up for race day, where the team went 1-2 in the final. Took it back to the workshop, gave the car a full birthday before heading to the Motorplex and then over to the Bend. What a powerhouse team. They spent several years in the NHRA. That's why the team morphed into Rapasada Autosport International. Santo himself has been doing this gig since 1965.
Just wild, isn't it? Phil Reed's team coming back down the return road. Put your hands together for Phil. That's Curtis shoehorned in that thing as he stands up to bring it back. 4 winners from 4 rounds. Do you dare to dream? Can we make it 5?
I think we can.
Now, I wonder whether Pete Gibris is here. I would certainly hope that he is, and if you are, Pete, we miss you already. Hurry back, man. We got cool things to do.
We know Pete well enough. He'll be seeing these times going, man, I should just tow the car out. It's only around the corner. Let's come out and race.
Way more fun than Toyotas.
What are you suggesting?
Just saying. Larry Dixon, folks, from Indianapolis or Avon in Indiana. The Uplift Cranes, Atlantic Oil, Hadman for Rapasada Autosport International. Wayne Newby out of Erskine Park. One of 2 Sydney siders here this weekend. The Atlantic Oil's Uplift Cranes. This car is 11 years old. It certainly hasn't remained that way with the upgrades, but he's got more upgrades than Noobs, and he's had a few as well.
Still trucking along nicely. Newbie at 371.9's his best in this guise of Top Fuel, in his Top Fuel career. Going after it. Well, Newbie's down. Dixon's not. He's through the other red. It's a 74. 374 to 5 for Larry Dixon. Finds 0.03 of a second.
Was that all the way, though? Didn't seem to me like it ran all the way through, so still at a 374. That is ridiculous. A 374 is 4th right now, Nolts. Yeah. 4th.
So that's 600s now covering 4 cars.
That's mental. That would be certainly a PB for Larry in Australia by some significant margin.
He's found a full 10th this weekend alone, which is great to see.
Yeah, put your hands together, folks, for American Larry Dixon. Great job for him, a 374 in that right-hand lane as well, just watching what was playing out with Noobs. Dramas off the line for him. Don't worry about that. He will come back swinging. He's already got that 371 to his credit. So he's inside that top 3. And Phil Lamartina will be our final car in a solo pass situation out of Weeman in Victoria. And this family looking to just get back and strike back with a little bit of consistency. I was talking to Dean Rossiter early on. He said, we just got to start to get a base point with our setup, and we can work our way forward from there. Because if you change too many things from run to run, Nolts, you actually don't get a good idea of what worked. If suddenly you hit it and run a 7, it's like, well, what do we do? What was responsible for that? So you can't change too many things all at once. Well, folks, put your hands together as the Damien Harris car returns. What a moment for that team. They're just on a mission. A pair of 68s.
And nobody has beaten him in the #1 qualifier status since we went to the NDRC back in 2022. He's had 10 #1 qualifying spots.
It's almost like he takes it personally.
Yes. Today could be 4 straight.
Come on, Lammers. Be really good to see Phil Lamartina run a number. They had really radical diff issues at the bend on their final run. Drove the car towards the wall on the right-hand side. So they've been just chasing. They've moved the whole team back to Weeman. It used to be based here in Sydney. So this team looking to swing. Phil's wife, Sarah, backing him up with those bright orange carrot shoes.
And looking everywhere except at Phil in this position. Great shots being captured for our 7+ coverage. You'll catch that tomorrow from 10:45 right across the nation. Nitro Champs.
Come and watch it here and then go and watch it on the way. Watch it when you get home. Nothing beats being here live. Phil, he's been an Australian champ. This team has had several Australian Championship wins with Darren Morgan and Kelly Benson. So it's steeped in tradition. Phil himself has been to the top. They had a 2-car operation up to a 1.5, 2 years ago with Shane Olive. And they've now laser focused back to a single car operation. Young Dean Rossiter, one of the youngest crew chiefs in the game. What has Phil got for us here?
He's in the full stage. Final car in qualifying. Attacks the track hard. 8:42. This is nice. This is nice. It's a 391 for Lamartina. That gets the team back up in the seat. 391 gives us an all 3-second fill comfortably. They will take that one home tonight. That's cool.
Come on, folks. Put your hands together for the Lamartina team. And the look of relief and smiles on their faces just then. And I noticed that Junior was straight over to congratulate the guys as well. So that is a very, very cool moment. Sarah's up and about. Those little carrot shoes are clicking like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz now. That's a great result. Everybody in the 3s.
And gives Damien Harris 4 straight #1s. A 368. Sydney, you've seen your first 60 here today at Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs qualifying date. Phil Reed 2nd, Wayne Newby 3rd. Hey, 0.03 of a second covering the top 3. Make it 6 when you throw it to Larry Dixon, who's in 4th. And Phil Lamartina drops into 5th position in the very final pass of qualifying. But for Damien Harris, nobody stopping the Rapisada Autosport International. Current champion, leads the series, goes into race day on a high.
How mega was that? Just epic. So good. We have Pro Stock coming up soon. We have Doorslammer, their first round of competition. So we'll actually move into the battles. Will Lisa Gregorini make it back out? Russell Taylor pinched the #1 qualifier thanks to Crocams Australia off John Zappia. We'll be back in just a moment. Pro Stock is up next.
exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Back at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs of 2025 with qualifying locked in. We now move into race mode. This is Pro Stock, ready for their first round with qualifying setting that field. Another cracking session. As Rusty Gregory's back in, jumping to the bit, ready to get for this session. This is going to be cool.
Look, this is, if you're talking about flavour country, this is where you want to be. The sun has gone down, the track is in shade, it's still retaining a little bit of heat. The air is getting good, the air is getting oxygen rich, there's no clouds in the sky. This is time to shine for Pro Stock. It is round one of racing, and we have got some monster matchups in this session. Mario Polito on track now, taking on Chris Soldatis. This is number 3 and 4 in the championship as it stands at the moment. Tony Polito will take on Shane Tucker. Ray Oxley up against Omar Sedmak. John Kabura will take on Rick Chilton. John Barbagello against Daniel Grimer. Thomas League against Aaron Tremaine. Tyrone Tremaine on a solo pass. And Rob Deckett to take on Bill Perdicaris. That is round one of racing. 8 races, 8 matchups, 8 absolutely mouth-watering prospects.
And everybody back tomorrow, which is even cooler.
Woo!
We like that. No knockouts. Every player wins a prize. They go into Saturday night knowing they're still in the field as our number 9 qualifier takes on Chris Soldatos. If this is not the best presented car for the 900th time here, I'll give it away.
It's probably 15 years old now, this car, in terms of when it had this paint job done. Still looks fantastic. And for Mario Polito, he's not in the top half of the field. Comes in as number 9 qualifier, which is not ideal for him. He wants to be closer to the top half of the field. He is, as I said, number 4 in the championship at the moment, only 3 points behind the guy in the other lane. So whoever wins this is going to go to number 3 regardless. So this is actually pretty important in terms of the championship chase. Mario Polito made his first final round down in Adelaide at the last round of the championship. Chris Soldatis yet to make a final this season.
The mind games begin. Soldatos bumps in, waits for Polito. First pairing in Pro Stock at the Nitro Champs.
Oh, he's late. He is a day and a half late, Chris Soldatis. 283 on the tree. This is going to be a win for Mario Polito. And a 703 beats a 689. Wow, 703. Chalk one up for the driver. He did his job. He left on time, and he gets the win.
And Soldatos must be wondering, where was that 2 hours ago?
Wow. Chris Soldatis makes the second quickest run that we've seen this weekend and loses. Wow.
199.67 mile an hour too.
That's identical to the speed that we saw from Tyrone Tremaine earlier on this afternoon to the 100th.
Whole shot win.
That is a whole shot win and a half for Mario Polito. Danny Silva, you're going to have to buy your driver a drink when the race meeting's done. That was a good one.
Margin of victory, 0.088 of a second. That's actually quite big for a pro stock race.
Yeah.
If you're wondering what we're saying about whole shot, well, that 0.050 reaction time as opposed to 0.283, the race was won right there.
He was first off the start line, ran a slower ET at the other end of the racetrack, but his reaction time advantage was bigger than the deficit he had in his elapsed time. That's what it comes down to. It's not just about how quick you run. You need to have the driver and the car to win races in pro stock.
Very cool.
That's just set the tone. Right, I'm going to go out on a limb. We've got 7 more races. That's not going to be the only whole shot win that we see in this session. I'm telling you now.
Tend to agree. Tony Polito is up next, your number 10 qualifier in the Motorsport Parts and Services Ford Escort, taking on one of the great names of pro stock in this country. Went overseas and did us proud. It's Shane Tucker, who missed that last round of qualifying. They pushed it back after stalling during the burnout procedure.
Absolutely, and probably best presented crew this weekend as well for Shane Tucker. I've never seen so many ankle socks on a drab strip before. Shane Tucker in
Is that a stat?
Well, there's
We'll
a
keep
stat.
that.
You're the stats man. You can keep that stat. Shane Tucker, the Click Payment Solutions Pontiac GXP, taking on Tony Polito. Now, Tony kind of went from the outhouse to the penthouse, so to speak. We had a 23-second run in the first round of qualifying, then knocked out a 7:02, moved to the number 10 position. Shane Tucker, on the other hand, 7:005. If you want to know how close pro stock is, between number 6 in the qualifying list and number 11 in the qualifying list, 0.05 of a second. So between number 7 in the qualifying list and 11, 0.05 of a second. It is incredibly tight, only just over 1/10 of a second separating the entire top 8. It is a tough field, man.
It's an incredible bracket, full stop, and it's delivered so much great racing over the years. Whether it's been here or we've seen some cracking events up at the Winter Nationals over the years too. And these air conditions this time of the year, these cars, as you used my line before, flavour country.
Flavour country.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to go out and say it. I reckon we're going to see sub-national record performance in ET, and I reckon we're probably going to see a 200-mile-an-hour run. If everyone can get their lollies together, I reckon this is going to be the session of the season. This is like final qualifying for the Winter Nationals, what we've got right now. Just fantastic. Round 1 of racing, though, for the Nitro Chance. Red light for Tuck by 1,000th of a second. What? Oh, I thought Tony Polito was going to cross the centre line there. He got very, very close. A 7:43 at 144 miles per hour. He got really close to the centre line down there, and that is not where you want to be in a pro stock car. But Shane Tucker, 1/1000th of a second away from perfect on the Christmas tree.
Heartbreak. 1,000th to the wrong side of cool, and the number 7 qualifier is taken down, and Tony Polito had his own issues going on. In the Aeroflow lane there, the Polito's Automotives car was squirreling its way down. He decided to early shut off with the 7:43, but gets the green light regardless. So they make their way back to the other end. Ray Oxley up next in number 11 qualifier. And the Oxley landforming Chevy Cobalt takes on Omar Sedmak in the Dodge Stratus for JTS Racing. Qualified in at number 6 with a 6.99.2.
In terms of closeness of performance, this is probably the matchup of the round for mine. Omar Sedmak struggled in the second round of qualifying, only an 8:03. The car was just loose. It was sliding all around the place. 6.99 for him, put him into number 6 qualifying position. Ray Oxley, only really 0.04 of a second behind, but he's 5 spots in the qualifying list. It is absolutely incredible how tight it is. But for mine, this is the matchup of this round of racing. Not because there's any championship implications or anything like that, but just in terms of we should see a good old-fashioned drag race if everything sticks.
Traditionalists in drag racing get really critical of us when we mention the 3rd decimal point.
Yeah.
But we have to in this bracket.
Absolutely. If you don't mention the 3rd decimal, you're probably missing out about 3/4 of the information.
Exactly.
It's so important. Omar Sedmak, this car has got form. It has got plenty of pedigree in terms of performance. It is a championship-winning car. It is a national record-setting car, albeit a little while ago. It has got plenty of potential in terms of knocking down that 6-second barrier and 200 miles per hour. Ray Oxley, he's still looking for his first 6-second run in the Oxley landforming Chevy Cobalt. He's getting closer though, a 7:04, that's not far away.
So final adjustments, still got the door open on Sedmak's car. And last minute, looking over, the 2 crew chiefs waiting last-minute adjustments on the wheelie bars as well for Sedmak. Seems to be a lot of attention on his car. But now the stage is set. Number 11 versus number 6. The Dodge Stratus has had some great runs over the years in different hands. And already, Oxley wants to get on, both in the pre-stage. The mind games are on. Could this be the matchup of the round?
Red light again, Omar Sedmak, 004 this time. 0.004 of a second from perfect. Ray Oxley will get the W with a 7.03 and a 6.93 thrown away with the red light for Omar Sedmak. At least there's a 6.93 to take some kind of consolation from, but the red light 004 red, Ray Oxley will take the victory, and a 7.03 gets the job done.
Proves again how critical it is, this launch. You drop time at the start,
yeah,
you are hung out to dry.
And that's why these guys are pushing so hard. Realistically, Omar Sedmak needed to get a good reaction time, at least something in the zeros.
Yeah.
He knew it, and he went out there and just pushed the tree a little bit too hard.
John Kimura taking on Rick Chilton. The people's fan, the people's favourite, I guess it's fair to say.
Oh,
everybody loves Rick Chilton in the pits. The Capital Bond Electrical Dodge Avenger qualified in P5, the 694 earlier today, at 197 miles an hour up against John Kabura in the JTS towing Chevy Cavalier. 400 cubic inch naturally aspirated cars. They sound good, they go good, and man, they turn on some great racing.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Rick Chilton dip down into the very low 690s, if not the 680s, with what we've got in front of us right now. He's got plenty of horsepower on board. We know he can run the numbers, has been there or thereabouts for a long, long time. And for John Kabura, he's had a weekend out, let me tell you. First round of qualifying, he drifted this car. That's right, drifted this car around the turnout area when the parachute didn't open. Some guys just don't like going into the sand because it means so much more work for their crew, but he was moving at a fair rate of knots. There was a definite Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift vibe going on down there.
Absolutely. Right at the other end of Sydney Dragway. So they're hoping all that luck has gone away and they can have some clean races for the rest of the weekend.
Now, I would be expecting Kabura to really be nudging the tree here. He knows that he needs to get something probably 00 or better. Rick Chilton, he's got a little bit of performance up his sleeve. 2/10 on paper based on qualifying performance. But on paper doesn't mean anything. Oh, Kabura is asleep. 060 on the tree for Rick Chilton. 990 to the 60-foot time. This is going to be quick. And a 694 down into the low 690s again. 694 to a 710. Best run of the weekend for John Kabura. Nothing to hang his head about there. But a 694 gets the job done for Rick Chilton.
Nearly 0.4 of a second dropped at the tree. And that was the margin of victory, give or take 700ths. And Rick Chilton, he's got a bracket car. 694 the 7 in qualifying, 694 the 4 in E1.
How's this? In 3 out of the 4 matchups we've had so far, we've had 6-second runs in the right-hand lane. In the left-hand lane, we're yet to see a 6-second run. But all the wins except for Rick Chilton were in the left lane. So it's the lanes are even out there, but it's just interesting to see how the numbers shake out. Now, this one is going to be a really, really tough ask for Daniel Grimer. He's making his first competitive start in a Pro Stock car here this afternoon. Qualifying's one thing, but racing's a little bit different. And when you're rolling up against the Rooster, John Barbagallo, you know you've got to be on your A game. Barbagallo, the number 4 qualifier coming into this, with a 693. Daniel Grimer, a 713 personal best in qualifying, but he's going to need to improve by a bunch in this one to have any shot against Barbs.
Barbagallo, who's set so many records in this bracket over the years. He and John Carney, a long-time relationship. They got this car into the 6s back in 2012 as Chris Soldata brings the Tingay Smash Repairs car back down the return road and into the pits. But baptism by fire for Daniel Grimer, isn't it?
Well,
the Camaro Coupe. But we've seen plenty of upsets in round number 1.
You want to run in this kind of class, you got to run with the best. Yes. And John Barbagallo, number 2 in the championship points. He's already an event winner so far this season, won the first round of the championship here in Sydney as part of the PDRC round 1. So you got to think for Daniel Grimer, he's going to need to throw it at the tree, hope it sticks, and really hope that this thing goes down the racetrack in some kind of representative fashion. For John Barbagallo, it's going to be a matter of trying to not beat himself. He needs to go out there and just be decent on the tree. He doesn't need to be stellar. Be decent on the tree and put it down the center of the lane.
Both in the pre-stage. Top lights illuminated. Who bumps in first? Grimer. Barbagallo Well, he's been hung out. It's a 10th difference between the two. And the young rookie could be upsetting here, Rusty. Here he comes and does it.
Whoa.
He does it with a hole shot.
Upset of the round so far. 7.02 for Daniel Grimer. Whole shot win for the rookie. Takes down number 2 in the championship. 6.95, loses to a 7.02. I said John Barbagallo didn't need to do anything stellar on that run reaction time-wise. I didn't mean he could be a day and a half late. A 2.88 reaction time is insanely late for John Barbagallo.
Not too often you see the legend do that in pro stock, and gives the young rookie his first win. He'll hang that one up on the shelf for many years.
Well, yeah, frame that time slip, because you're never going to beat that one. That is incredible. Now, we've talked about the records, we've talked about the potential, we've talked about the weather conditions. Aaron Tremaine is going to absolutely extract every bit of performance he can out of this car. He is by far and away, I would say, the form competitor and the form engine builder in this this series so far from what we've seen today. He is the number 2 qualifier with a 6.90. He also built the engine that went 6.86 in Tyrone's car. He's taking on Thomas Leake, the rookie for this season, only in his 3rd Pro Stock start this weekend.
Didn't get the car down earlier today. And we'll see number 15 qualifier against Aaron Tremaine. Nothing to prove in the sport. They've dominated Pro Stock for this generation, I guess it's fair to say, at least 10 to 15 years. And qualified in at number 2 today, that's 6.90. And already, Leake has pulled up, ready to bump in.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
Well, they're clearing the smoke out of the cockpit of Aaron Tremaine's car, the Queenslander, this beautiful Pontiac GXP.
There is a temptation when you're going up against a guy who's won as many championships as Aaron Tremaine to maybe play games on the start line. A word of warning, don't try and play games with Aaron Tremaine on the start line. You're probably not going to come out on the winning side of it. From a mental perspective, he is probably one of the strongest competitors that I've ever come across in any form of drag racing. He is so laser focused when he gets into this car. He is an absolutely incredible performer under pressure. And for Thomas Leake, we've already seen 2 whole shot wins in this round of racing. He would need to probably make it a 3rd if he's going to have a shot here.
The youngster up against the highly experienced Aaron Tremaine. Beautiful advantage to Tremaine. Here comes Leake at half track. Could this be another upset? No. Aaron Tremaine by 0.08 of a second. A pair of 6.90s, but it's a 97 for Thomas Leake. So the young rookie bails right into the 6s.
And I think that's his first 6-second run for Thomas Leake as well. So fantastic effort from that team. And look, he was right there alongside Aaron. He made him work for that one. He didn't let him get away. He put that thing right down the centre of the lane in a 6.97. It's a great reward, actually, for Thomas Leake. Congratulations after the trouble that they've had. Now, Tyrone Tremaine on a solo pass. When you're the number 1 qualifier, you get a few perks. And one of those perks is the solo pass in the first round of racing. And for Tyrone Tremaine, he gets to now go out there and concentrate on nothing other than making a perfect run here.
Yeah, gets the track to himself. It's almost like a 3rd qualifier, really, for him. Not that he needs the help. That 86, just under 200 miles an hour earlier today. Could he be chasing that? There's no pressure. Let's do it.
I'll tell you, Rob Deckard has made no secret of the fact that he wants that first 200-mile-an-hour run. He's actually the next car up. So if Tyrone Tremaine went out and did it in this pass, he was only 0.04 of a mile an hour off the national record in qualifying. So the conditions that we've got, it's cooling off out here. It is very, very good conditions for going fast. Great conditions for making horsepower. We said it earlier, it's flavour country. Tyrone Tremaine on a solo pass. And one thing that we've sort of neglected a little bit is that he's actually going for his 5th consecutive event win. Although he hasn't competed at every round of the championship so far this year, he's going for his 5th consecutive event win, which is just incredible in a category that is as close and as competitive as Pro Stock.
Beauty without odd field. He gets the track to himself, being the number 1 qualifier. Like Aaron, successful in Pro Stock for many years. A powerhouse team from Queensland. 0.31 reaction time, and he didn't need to do it. This could be it, Rusty.
He's on it. 9.82 to the 60-foot times. This is going to be quick. 6.85 with a 5. 6.85 with a 5. 1.899.85. Looking at the records here in Pro Stock, that is a new national record for Pro Stock for elapsed time. A new national record for Pro Stock for speed as well. Congratulations to Tyrone Tremaine. That is a booming run here in the first round of racing.
If it's your first time here at Sydney Dragway, you have picked A really magical day to come to the drags at the Nitro Champs. We're seeing times and speeds tumbling right across our pro categories here today.
Now, the thing about national records is that technically they're not set until the end of the session, just in case someone else does it. Rob Deckett is currently, well, he's going to be on a solo pass, so it looks like Bill Perdicaris is not going to be coming out. So Rob Deckett has got the track all to himself this time around. So he will have this thing absolutely loaded for bear. His crew chief, Paul Drady, will be thinking, you know what, we have got an opportunity to do something here. The first 200-mile-an-hour run with unleaded fuel is still on the table. Rob Deckett's run 198 in qualifying. I think they've run 199 with this car before. I dare say it is worth the price of admission alone to see if he can get that 200-mile-an-hour run, the reaction of the crew on the start line. He will be absolutely elated with it, but it's not going to be easy. We've just seen the national record be bested by Tyrone Tremaine on both ends of the record, but Rob Deckett has got an opportunity to go just that little bit quicker. Cooling conditions, the sun is going down, the racing is heating up here with round 1 of racing for the NDRC and PDRC championship categories.
Top Doorslammer to follow this as we enter the early evening portion with Aeroflow Sportsman Racing to cap off the night. For Rob Deckett, it's time to find out.
Big move off the start line, 991 to the 60s, 200s behind what we saw from Tyrone Tremaine, but has he got the power at the top end? Well, a 690 is nothing to sneeze at, a 690 at 198 miles per hour, but Rob Deckett, not quite the kind of performances that we saw from Chris Soldatis and from Tyrone Tremaine. 690, 198. He will get the win, and he will be back for the second round of racing tomorrow afternoon. With that, does wrap up PDRC Pro Stock here this afternoon. We're going to move now into Top Doorslammer. I'm going to leave you with Matt Nolte and welcome some bloke off the street we found back to the microphone.
Nice work, Rusty. They'll be back tomorrow for round 2. As part of the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway at 11:30. You'll catch it all live at the track or on 7+ across the country as we build up to round 1 of Top Doorslammer qualifying. Oh my, wasn't that exciting? And the mind games begin as Wade Ornger slots himself nicely back in the chair, ready for what could be another history-making session.
This has got plenty of spice about it too. Callahan, nice skid in that left-hand lane. The last start winner. That's what is the epic story for Jeremy Callahan. It's been well documented. They went to the Riverbend or the Spring Nationals last year. They had issues they packed up before even race day. He came back and had another crack at it. They had issues there, and then it ended up in WA rolling over on its roof. He drove back. They came back to Sydney with the Moitz crew, rebuilt the hot rod, went back to the bend and won. Graddon in the right-hand lane. No elimination. It's an all-run format. And this is our first battle, Nolts, in round 1 of round 6 of the NDRC Australian Top Doorslammer Championship.
First time these two have met in the Top Doorslammer series. In the NDRC, Graddon, who's had this car for well over 10 years. Found a lot of time over the last couple of years. Doesn't chase a national tour. Really sticks to racing here in the Sydney region. But it's got this car set to thrill. Jeremy Callahan carrying on with that amazing form from the Riverbend Nationals. What an emotional scene it was after the dangers at the Perth Motorplex. First pairing in this all-run format for Top Doorslammer at the Gulf Western Nitro Champs.
Don't underestimate Graddon. Callahan all the way. Jeremy Callahan, that's handy too, Nolts. He is looking really stout. We know he run a 69, but a very nice run, a 571. Nice job for Jeremy Callahan in that right-hand lane. Grado didn't really get off the line the way he wanted, Nolts, but a good win to kick things off for Jeremy Callahan.
71's only 200s away from his PB for Callahan, so the confidence peaking for the ACT driver for Lucy Seville, and gets the win in lane 1 in round 1 of competition at the Nitro Champs. That's just our first pairing.
Yeah, absolutely. Only about another 5 or 6 to go. Category is off its chops. We've been averaging over a dozen cars at the rounds. We're up to 15. I'm hearing whispers there's already 16 plus for the Winters. So the category is rocking. Emilio Spinozzi, right? Just want to make sure make sure we get the coffee tomorrow.
That's 2 coffees now, yeah.
If we say it correctly, that's what happens. Emilio and B-Zap, Brody Zappia. You can't say child prodigy because he's come from the other side of the lane, but it kind of still works. 19 years of age, Uncle John, kind of a big deal in this sport. But when you think about it too, Brody's dad is an icon of the sport as well. His dad, Richard, mum, Leah. They've done such a good job, Knowles, in such a short space of time. Emilio
Spinozzi with the handy, the brain, the track whisperer, the car whisperer, call him what you will. Michael Marriott on the red headset.
What a character.
We can't say enough about Brody Zappia's maiden season in the NDRC.
Done a good job, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Very settled too, you know. Like, I know he's been around the game a long time. He's actually driving the car that his uncle famously unloaded big time at Willowbank. When you think John's been in the game over 40 years with that HQ Monaro, it's kind of, as a Ford fan, you can kind of accept the rap.
You're slowly, aren't you? It's taken a long time.
Well, you gotta love it. It's iconic. So Spinozzi has been really good so far this weekend, considering this is his only run of the year with us too, Knowles.
Yeah, very much a once-a-year racer. Formerly out of Pro Stock fame. Picked up his maiden win here back in 2022. He took down Jeff Gradden in the final. That was in the 400 Thunder Series at that event. First time these two have met.
Look at Michael Marriott. Does he love it much?
Watched him out the window before. He kept a keen eye on Pro Stock. He hugged every single crew chief.
Yeah, you're right. He loves it, mate. Absolutely loves it. Brody Zappia. He won the Western Nationals on debut. Aaron Deary and this team, the Max Plant Monaro. So just waiting on Brody.
It's a lot of attention still inside the cockpit. Now the door shuts and the crew walk away while Spinozzi is waiting. It's time to get this on. The Terra Civil team, this beautiful 69 Chevelle up against the iconic Holder Monaro with the next generation Zappia. Pairing 2, top Doorslammer and the Nitro champs.
Very even launch. Spinozzi down the middle. Zappia typically out of the group, but still absolutely throwing it down. Hello.
Are you serious?
That's a big, big step up for Brody right then. What a race that was.
0.005. It was 53 ten-thousandths of a second. The margin of victory at the other end of the track, 74s for Spinozzi. 3 thousandths away from his best. But that is a PB for Brody Zappia.
And a massive PB. He was at a 582, then a 581, and then now to break into the 70s. That is a killer job. Boy, they're starting to find something with that car now. Great job for Emilio, too. He's been punching since he got here. And we saw that first run yesterday in qualifying. He's been consistently in that top 6 or 7. Beautiful conditions for drag racing, Knowles. That isn't hurting the situation. So, Ronnie Palumbo about to roll out. Boy, have you seen the lineup at the Palumbo AC Delco pit area every time? Holy cow.
Best seat in the house too, with their transporter set up at the bottom of the stairs. Have it, the pit's been packed here today.
Ronnie makes his own salami too, mate.
Does he?
Yes, he does. So he's pretty good with the small goods. When it comes to top Doorslammer, takes a little bit more than small goods in this sport.
Yes, 100%.
Or Matt Abel. Now, how good is Matt looking at the moment too, Knowles? Vastly improved. The man from Morlow's Lagoon up in the territory. Really starting to get some numbers together. And it's so good to see. If a guy like that was to win at Nitro Champs, we'd burn Sydney down.
Totally. And it'll be complete turnaround to what we saw 12 months ago for the Territorian, who found 500ths off his PB from earlier today to find himself at number 6. Now, Matt Abel is scheduled to take on Nasser Mato.
Correct.
First round matchup.
But I don't see Nasser down there. Ronnie Palumbo is in the hole on the left-hand side. So Matty maybe will take the solo perhaps, because Ronnie will be facing Pete Lovering, who also is rocking a PB and finally knocked his kid off because Cruz had that PB and he used to monster his dad about it every day. So finally, Pete has found something in that Accor group entry.
He's bought himself another 12 months in the car at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Fire in the hole for Matt Abel. The All Coast Hire entry. The Blacksmith's in. It's around your stomping ground,
Yeah,
Nolts.
very popular South Australian pub.
Nothing like a black 57 Chevy.
The All Coast Hire car. Not much smoke in the burnout, but
No.
lays down enough rubber to launch. Looks like he's going to get the solo here in this first round. The beauty is, we'll be back out tomorrow.
He's headed almost all the way to the Shire.
It's very Daniel Gregorini.
I was going to say, but it wasn't a burnout all the way there. Good news is it's in reverse. They've certainly had their challenges with this car. I can confirm he's the only Doorslammer driver that drinks green tea. Not really.
That's why he's so calm.
Yes, he's very laid back. Plays hockey at an elite level as well. That's his son Aiden backing him up. He too is keen to join Dad in a two-car team at some point.
Can you imagine Aiden and Cruz matching up one day?
It's going to happen.
It absolutely will.
That's when they'll be bringing you your mashed bananas and yogurt, Mr. Nolte, in the ward when you're much older.
It's only 10 years away, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So he'll get the track to himself in this first round. He'll get the maximum points anyway. It gives him another shot at the track and see what they can bring tomorrow on race day. You'll catch it all on 7+. But if you're in the Sydney area, you've got to be here. It's going to be massive. The Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs at Sydney Dragway. Well, they need to work on the reaction time. Has a crack to half track and says, nah, that'll do.
Well, he's
And
got the
coast
win.
on by.
Got the win,
Yeah.
so no matter with that how it works. But we know it's in round 2 as well, Nolts. That's where your ET is absolutely critical. So he's got the win already, but you need the win and a low ET in your second round in particular to try and guarantee yourself an A final berth. And Matt has been in the 5-7 bracket consistently now. He's kind of where Daniel Gregorini has been for the last couple of years until he went kind of nuts and went to a 560. I didn't get a chance to see whether the Lisa Gregorini car was going to front for this Nolts, but I know they were thrashing to get that car out.
They have the 6th pairing to come up, so still a couple of runs before we get to that. I can see Capiris in the lanes on our monitor. But Lovering and Palumbo are certainly coming to life down here. I can see Lisa's car now on the right-hand side, so they're about to be pushed through. That little cheeky, sneaky monitor we have up here. Keeping an eye on what's going on behind. Pete Lovering, car that can go into the 6s. Same too for Ronnie Palumbo, who's been ultra quiet, ultra withdrawn this weekend. Keep his mind on the job in the AC Delco Holden Monaro for Morris Fabietti. But it has been a tough time with this team played with engine issues for several races now.
Lovering finally got some consistency in the engine package, that new lightweight body. Very much a character, very critical of standards, particularly in the competitive food industry, Nolts. Has been known to lean back through the KFC drive-through window and hand the chips back and say, try again.
You did that once.
Brutal. I'd be too scared to. Palumbo has been quite the impressive newcomer to this game. Was right up for Rookie of the Year honours. If it wasn't for some guy called Taylor, Ronnie would have been Rookie of the Year.
Certainly after that first round of the Spring Nationals that season. The second time these two have met. Palumbo won on that day. It was round 1 of the Winter Nationals last season. Chevy taking on the Holden Monaro. The team walk away. Palumbo, who got in with a 72, didn't improve in that second session. For Lovering, he certainly did. Waiting for him to bump in. Red light for Lovering. It's a big red light. So Ronnie Palumbo will get the nod. But will he drive down the back door? It's a 74.
That'll do.
Nice.
That
Nice.
will do. He was late off the line, but maybe that Lovering made it look worse than it really was. Put your hands together, folks. Sydney sider Ronnie Palumbo gets the job done. And the Fab, whose beautiful wife Mary is down in Melbourne at the Motor X, so she can't be here this weekend. But that's a much better thing because they were chasing their tails. Incredible to think they've celebrated 20 years of partnership with GM, Nolts. That is at least 8 times longer than any of your relationships.
You just had to tell everyone, didn't you?
Well, and I was only guessing.
And that wasn't even lying.
I know.
Yeah, massive red light for Pete Lovering. That's what gave it away. And 0.79 for Ronnie Palumbo. Gets the win. But Lovering can come back tomorrow and try again. Daniel Gregorini up next. Big turnaround for the scratch and match team in qualifying. They dug deep in the second round to get himself back into the 60s. And big welcome to NDRC Tom Doorslammer, away from Hamilton, New Zealand.
Oh, you're not going to try Waikato? If that's how you say it. They told me how to say it and I've forgotten already. New Zealand.
Yeah, Waikato.
Yeah.
Hamilton.
Yeah. New Zealand.
South of Auckland. You want to go with that?
Done a heck of a job to get straight into the very first session, into the 5s. Like, just wheeled that thing. Now, Daniel Gregorini, he's a defending champion of the Nitro Champs. You remember it got quite cool and a little bit slippery at the Nitro Champs last year. Lisa won the B final. Remember, Ronnie didn't present for that, but Lisa went on to take the B final, and Daniel picked up the win in the scratch and match Camaro. He and Lisa celebrated their 10th wedding anniversary. Only, I think, the week before last. What has changed in that photo? Well, Lisa's now beating him consistently on the raceway. Daniel needs to step this back up. He looked good in qualifying early, right behind Lisa in those ETs.
Number 1 qualifier, and that's all really we can talk about from a positive point of view for Daniel Gregorini back in October. And Nigel Dixon ready to lock in. All of a sudden we're looking at Gregorini and he's a fair way back from the beams. The crew going, are we going to do this?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's very interesting how long it's taking.
Dixon's crew looking over going...
I think there might be... Is there an issue here with Daniel?
Oh, they're still in the back of the car. There's another crew guy behind the back of the car. It's a long adjustment, the wheelie bars.
It's a short margin if it was pro stock. Wow, so Daniel's in now. I think Clark is a bit of a danger man with his consistency. So Daniel needs to be up on his game. Big wheel stand. Clark is going to put him away. Hello, Dixon. Great job, Nigel Dixon. Man, that's not great at all for Daniel. I'm not sure what the go was there, but there was certainly plenty of hesitation on the line.
Wheel stand?
Yeah.
Evident from behind, so it must have stood up at least 2 or 3 foot off the deck.
Nice job, Dixon.
He's barely going to make. In fact, he's come to a stop before the finish line. But yeah, Nigel Dixon, not intimidated by the Aussie scene here in that Ford Falcon for CNR Developments. Goes 6.09 and picks up the win. We believe there might be some oil on the left lane.
Not the O word.
We don't like saying that. And Gregorini has stopped on the left-hand side with just 3 passes remaining. Lisa Gregorini to take on Jack Danaher, who did the 1 shot in qualifying earlier today. John Zapier and Pete Kapiris in the second last pairing, and Russell Taylor will get the track to his lonesome to wrap up this first round of Top Doorslammer.
So Daniel doing his best to get the car over as close to the wall as he can in that situation, but it's been a really frustrating couple of months for Daniel. They were thrashing on Lisa's car. They really didn't have the time to focus too much on what they were doing with their own. But the good news is they got Lisa back out there. Please put your hands together, folks, for Brody Zapier as he makes his way back as well in that Max plant. Monaro is really impressing a lot of people. We'll wrap it up in a moment. More Doorslammers coming in a moment.
exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to...
I really enjoy my job. You get to work on big machines. It's a great career choice. Stop thinking, just go for it.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to...
I really enjoy my job. You get to work on big machines. It's a great career choice. Stop thinking, just go for it.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure...
So a slight delay while we move Lisa's hubby out of the way. Scratch and match Camaro with some issues. We'll try and find out about that. The sweet looking Corvette. Dang, that thing is cool. Jack Danaher. Neat little skid for him, but not as stout as Lisa Gregorini in that Aeroflow lane on the left-hand side. They had engine issues after their previous run, Nolts.
Sorry, she was way on the groove, being reversed back then. She almost got towards the centre line or the blue paint and had to really aggressively move that car back across to follow the burnout tracks. Now, you may think it's all for spectacle, but it's a really important part of a drag race, laying down some hot rubber to help launch these cars off. I wonder whether she was blinded a bit by the smoke coming back there.
And the other thing too, Nolts, as we look at that car is pointed to the left slightly as we look from behind, and where you point them is where they go. So that car would not say is in a kind of an arrow straight situation to the middle. So as they bring her up, they're going to need to maybe just bring her across to the right a little further. Danaher is already in the vet. Had a better run in his second run. Now they square her up. 3,500 horsepower heading in one direction. Where you point it is where it's headed. Now they square her up.
And while on the return road, Daniel Gregorini is on the flatbed. Just when we thought the gremlins had gone away.
Yeah, well, he's standing behind the girls there at the moment, but he left the car up there.
Oh, Danaher.
Nah, good night. Lisa, goodbye. Woo, nice job at 572, and the girls are all about it. Come on, Sydney, put your hands together for Lisa Gregorini. That fairy tale continues, Nolts.
And it was one at 60 foot there. 9:41 to 60-foot. The reaction time advantage what got me up in the seat about Danaher, but that was game, set, and match from that point. And a whopping 2/10 of a second win at the other end to Lisa Gregorini. So one side struggles, the other side is motoring here and at the Nitro Champs.
Still not a bad run for Danaher either.
No.
And when you think about it, he was in the 5s in his qualifying, but a 002 for him in that right-hand lane. Most of the time coming into this, that's not a bad situation.
Remember, didn't make it out for Q1 yesterday. Had one look at the track today in the Wild Ink Merchandise Chevy Corvette. So they had to wait patiently. And now leaves us with John Zappia and Peter Kapiris. A couple of iconic names of the sport in the second last pairing of this first round of Top Doorslammer at the Nitro Champs.
Wasn't that long ago, Nolts, either that Lisa would have been ecstatic with a 5.7.
Yes.
Now it's like, well, that's lazy.
Where's the 6?
Yeah,
Just thinking every time. Because that's what you need.
Absolutely. Incredible to think, apart from PK, the entire field was in the 5s in our qualifying. That is remarkable.
And while we're getting excited about the Nitro Champs here, Darwin fans, or if you're fans here, you want to get warm, head up to Hidden Valley Raceway. Friday 29th and Saturday August 30 for Nitro up north. We'll see the series grand final of Top Doorslammer. That will be the final round of this season. We'll have to wait till August. And of course, the iconic Gulf Western Oil, the 57th edition of the Winter Nationals. You'll see all 8 pro categories there. 4 massive days, including the Aeroflow Sportsman Series. Can't miss that one at Willowbank Raceway in just a few weeks' time. June 5 to 8, head to willowbankraceway.com.au.
So just waiting for John Zappia and Peter Kapiris. We know that Pete has done an enormous amount of work. Well, the team has in trying to settle that race car down. And we hope that the 2 JCs and their hardworking team might be able to do that for Pete Kapiris. Zap had the Crow Cams Australia #1 qualifier spot almost sewn up. And then Russell Taylor came in and said, I'm going to take that, and did. So Zap wants to prove a point anytime he takes to the racetrack. The iconic Fuchs, Denani, Monaro. Oh man, it's all business through the, wow! How about the speed in which he approached the burnout for Zap? Good, healthy burnout for Kapiris. You know he wanted to stomp this thing and get the gremlins sorted out. Jeff Cuttajar told me it's not going to be an overnight fix, even though they've done a ton of work on it. They still need to find a setup that gives them some balance, Nolts.
Straight back to the workshop in Melbourne, wasn't it, after the Riverbend Nationals? In fact, they left before lunchtime on race day there back in April. And 2 great names of the sport. And they'll enjoy this. There'll be a bit of rivalry, there'll be a bit of stress between the 2 teams. Kapiris just wants to leave here with some kind of form guide before the Winter Nationals. For Zappia, well, he went 5.63 in qualifying earlier today. Has nothing to prove. You call him the sheriff, rightly so.
Kapiris actually pulled up really early on that. They had to race forward and make sure he came back. The Kapiris brothers, market gardeners from Gisborne Way in Victoria. Zap from Bibra Lake in WA. And 11 times national champion. Got a workshop that looks like American Pawn Shop. The gold Christmas trees, it's phenomenal.
For many years with Tour of the Country with the famous bus, car in tow. They bought the semi-trailer a few seasons ago. Spent a lot of time transiting across the Nullarbor to go racing. Kapiris in the rocket lane. Hasn't got down the track in any kind of shape this weekend. Zappia at a track that set the first 5 in Doorslammer many moons ago.
Oh, Kapiris stepped it. It looked better. Zap down the hay diddle diddle.
Oh, it's a 59.
59! Holy cow! It is so close. Look at Robbie Zappia. She's losing her mind down there. Sydney, put your hand together at 5.59. John freaking Zappia.
It's a PB in the NDRC, but certainly not that 5.58. But it's his first 5.50.
It's the closest he's been.
Yeah, exactly right. 256 mile an hour for John Zappia. The team are ecstatic, and well, they might be.
Oh, I'd be awfully careful hugging on Aaron Deary. He'll crush you like a fly. Wow. John Zappia doing John Zappia things, Nolts.
413 kilometres per hour for John Zappia. 256.5 miles. And his first 50 in the NDRC series. I'll tell you that reaction time was slack. 0.32.
It was zap.
Yeah,
the reaction time was zap. Just because there's a little snow on the roof doesn't mean the fire's gone out, Matt Nolte. That was spectacular. It's what we expect from him. He just does Zappia things. That is a great way to wrap up our slam session like that. I know. The guy that's going, no.
How does it just keep happening? We saw it in Pro Stock a few moments ago. Now we're seeing in Top Doorslammer. Zappia's just under 59. Well, you know what? We might just go lower yet. The conditions, cherry ripe.
No, flavour country, wasn't it?
Flavour country. Doesn't matter.
Here's your current Australian champion. A wheelman. Got Stu Rowland fettling this amazing ex-Steve Ham Camaro. The thing is a rocket ship, and in Russell's hands, it is what it is. How often does he downplay how quickly he's adapted to this? He won the Australian Championship in his rookie year, and to prove he didn't just luck through it, he dominated the Winter Nationals. Clean swept it, Nolts. And that's where he ran his 59 as well.
Yeah, 59.2, so Zap's gone quicker than that.
That'll PI 55 him a little bit.
Final car, number one qualifier with the odd field, gets the advantage of a solo.
Surely not. Surely not. This is not a 58. Surely.
Stranger things have happened.
It's been that kind of day. Russell.
62 was good enough for number one. His fourth Crow Cam's top qualifier effort. He's been cashing those checks all season long. Could he put the car to sleep tonight with a new record into pre-stage? The reigning champ. Here he goes.
The Zappia team watching on. It looks stout. It looks stout. It looks stout. 5:59 with a 4. Oh, my giddy aunt. Come on, Sydney. Put your hands together. The Doorslammers are just going at it. It's like a pub brawl, Nolts.
That is amazing. 258.9 mile an hour as well on the other side.
Before Zap did that 59, we would have been absolutely like a frog. But there is a pair of them. Incredible to think what we saw with Top Fuel earlier today with Noobs and Phil Reed. And then to have these two separated by what, 3 1,000ths?
Yeah.
Mega.
3 mile an hour quicker as well than what we saw with Zap. That's just under 417 kilometres per hour. That is the end of Top Doorslammer.
Really?
If that is not enough to come back tomorrow, well, we tried our best.
You've
Russell Taylor
got to do that.
Tops it off nicely. John Zappia, the quickest in that group, and they all play again tomorrow on race day.
You must come back tomorrow, folks. It is going to be on, it's on, it's on, as Matt Nolte would say. Holy cow. Tomorrow is race day.
What an awesome session at Top Doorslammer, and we're getting into a category that I absolutely love and have loved before it even hit the racetrack. It is Pro Mod. We got Stephen Smith from Victoria Point, the KPN Performance C7 Corvette. He's got a 540 Proline motor in it, and he's taking on Zoran Garjic in the Gas Racing and Elite Race Parts Ford Mustang, our inaugural winner of Fuel Tech Pro Mod. He won the very first season. I'm very fortunate that I get to come out here and be part of the test day. So I get to see these guys a lot outside of race meetings. Last time I actually saw Zoran here, he actually wasn't testing this car. He's actually testing the gas BMW that he drives as well. And it was always good to catch up with Smoke and Joe Signorelli. Palmer Height down there on the crew as well. Big part of Elite Race Parts. But this car, Stephen Smith's, I've been very, very impressed with this car. Number 2 qualifier with a 6.07 with an 8. And of course, there's a 585 fixed index for Pro Mod. I love this class. We welcome Rusty Gregory back to the mic. Rusty, are you pumped?
Oh, I'm excited. Sorry, we'll get the paperwork all sorted for this this round of Pro Mod, Pro Alcohol and Pro Bike that's coming up. In the not too distant future, I'm puffing. I was running to get here. Stewie, I'll give you the hot tip. Yeah, Zoran Gajic down there in the Rocket Industry Lane, current championship leader, but yet to log a time above the 585 fixed index.
Yeah, so Stephen Smith, the big C7 Corvette, mate, just about in the pre-stage, just waiting for Zoran to bump in.
Really took his time coming in then.
I want to know the tree.
This is a race. Steve Smith right alongside Zoran Gajic, side by side, and a 588 for Zoran Gajic gets the W. 607 for Steve Smith, right there or thereabouts, but a 588, that's a nice return to form for the Gas Racing team.
Yeah, good stuff there from Zoran.
Yeah, that's a really nice pass, to be honest. To bounce back after running the 584 in the first round, didn't really even get down the racetrack in the second round of qualifying. So for Zoran Gajic, from the outhouse to the penthouse, so to speak, he's not under a lot of pressure in terms of the championship now because the two guys behind him, Andrew Sutton and Greg Saccharides, not campaigning at this event. So he's got a chance to put a little bit of a buffer on them, and it's certainly looking like the case this time around. In terms of reaction times, 010 to 024 on the tree. Both of those guys were absolutely on it from the get-go. But, yeah, super, super good race to kick things off there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rusty, hold on to your hats because Robert Campese is about to come out. The Maroon race engines and quick drive converter drives, Ford Mustang, 540 cubes, a Hemi with a couple of turbos, and taking on Paul Chabotto from the Hatted Race Cars and Engine, Ford Falcon XR8.
Yeah, this, again, it's a bit of a David versus Goliath, this one. Paul Chabotto with the small cubes on board, 347 cube, wins a big single turbo, takes a long time to spool it up. He's taking on Rob Campese, who's got the big twin turbo Hemi over there, 514 cubic inches, as he touched on. This thing is chopped, it's slammed, it's stretched, there's no part of this car that is really even factory Mustang anymore. But you look across to Paul Chabotto's car, and that thing is still pretty much factory dimensions. You know, not a lot of factory parts on it, but factory dimensions. Was actually one of the original Wild Bunch cars back in the early 90s. Yeah, absolutely. So it's had a life. This thing has been around for a very long time, and yeah, at the time it was absolutely one of the state-of-the-art cars, modelled on a late model car at the time. You know, you didn't see a lot of that sort of thing happening at the time. So for Paul Chabotto, awesome to see him back on track. Had a bit of an issue in the last run, got very, very untidy and over near the centre line, but nonetheless gets it down. For Rob Campese, a best of a 776. Not what you would hope for Rob Campese. This thing is a more than capable car of running deep into the 5-second zone. You know, in fact, even deeper into the 5-second zone than he really needs to.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not that much difference to Greg Saccharides' car that he races. Of course, these cars, even though they have to run a 585 index, a car like Campo's, as Rusty said, deep into the fives. When we say deep, I'm talking 550s for this car. But keep your eye on Paul Chabotto. Both cars turbo, just different ways of going about going Fuel Tech Pro Mod racing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Very, very different approaches here. And Paul Chabotto is he's looking to go deep into the sixes with this combination. He's got a lot that he wants to prove. Truthfully, it is a David versus Goliath battle, this one, because you wouldn't expect, in flat-out performance, Paul Chabotto can run with Rob Campese. But, we've got cooling conditions here as the sun's going down in the afternoon. So you'd think that there is... Oh, no, Rob Campese's rolled the beams. He's absolutely rolled the beams, and Paul Chabotto is going to get the win here, barring any centreline or wall infraction, and he wisely buttons it off. He's going to get the win, Paul Chabotto, with a 9.04. Rob Campese just rolled the beams there, had issues bringing it up on boost, and it just rolled through the staging beams as he tried to hold it there. And unfortunately for Rob Campese, that will go down as a loss. That's not the way he would have wanted to kick off his campaign here.
No, it's very strange there for Campo. He's normally pretty good on the tree, but you know, that's drag racing and these things do happen. But tell you what, Paul Giabotto, that was a bit of a wild ride as well in the Falcon. Next up, we've got the Bromod and NASA Mata. NASA out the A Civil Australia Dual Tech 37 Chevrolet. And Stu Walsh from running Paramount Performance, the Chevy Camaro. Both of them 500 plus cubes underneath the bonnet. Just two different ways of going about it. One's a twin turbo, the other one is a supercharged weapon.
This will be an interesting one because Stu Walsh did not get down the track. That's the only way to say it. Went 7-1-2, but the car was a long way from happy. NASA Mata, very similar kind of circumstance. Didn't come out for the second round of qualifying. They had their hands full. It was all hands to the wheel, so to speak. For the Doorslammer side of their operation, they've had some engine troubles over on that side. So in the second round of qualifying, everyone was working on that thing, trying to get it back around for the first round of racing. And the Pro-Mod car remained parked for the second round, ready to go obviously for the first round of racing. So NASA Mata coming out. Now this is his home track. He's been driving this car comfortably into the 5-second zone. You know, again, should be a great battle. Stu Walsh has run deep into the 590s. I don't think we've seen a 580 out of Stu Walsh, but it's certainly got the capability. Twin turbo, Hemi underneath the bonnet, NASA Mata. It's just a cool looking car, this thing, the 37 Chevy Business Coupe.
Yeah, the old Pinot Briolo 37 Chev. Now come over here and
it's had a life. It's had a life, this car. It's done a lot of racing over the years.
Right, here we go, guys. Fuel Tech Pro Mod. Blower versus Turbo.
Oh, and Stu Walsh has rolled the beams. In fact, they're both left before the Christmas tree was activated. So they have both left before the Christmas tree was activated, which means it's up to someone else other than me to make a decision on that. So I know there are rules in place, but I see the thing is that the way the rule book is written is that every race needs to have a winner. Yes. But technically a race is not constituted until the green light or the Christmas tree is activated. So therefore you can't have a winner if the race is not started. So I'm not getting involved in the technicalities of that one. I'm going to wait for the word from the meeting director before I make any kind of comment on that one. But Stu Walsh rolled the beams, and he was pretty much out of it already. And then NASA Mata brought it up on revs, and I don't know if he saw out of the corner of his eye Stu Walsh rolling through, or saw Stu Walsh's lights go out on the top of the Christmas tree. But he just went. He just left, and yeah, then the red lights came up on the thing. So that was a weird one.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, this is one car that I've been very impressed with this weekend, and that's Neil Murphy from Gary East in Queensland, the World Precision Lubricants 22 Chev Camaro, doing a great job this weekend. It's already gone down to the 571s. Yes, it's a little bit too quick for Fuel Tech Pro Mod, but it's still cool. And Craig Burns in the SEF race cars, Ford Mustang. Well, it's Neil Murphy, 2022 bodied Chev Camaro, 521 cubes of Brad Anderson engine. Craig Burns, he's also got a very similar motor, 521 cubes of Brad Anderson engine. All the engine work on his car done by West End Performance. Absolutely love Fuel Tech Pro Mod.
It's a very, very cool class. Now, Craig Burns, he was a very naughty boy earlier on today. He went down in the 570s with this car, which is way too quick for Pro Mod. Pro Mod, the index is 585. you know, just quietly, they do have a goal with this car that they want to, you know, make one of the quickest steel body cars in the world. It already is at that pointy end of the field. But you know, they've got a theory that they want to try, and some things that they're trying on this car to make it even quicker. I remember when they first came out with this thing, they would have been happy if it went 6.0s all day. Now they're down into the 5-second zone. Yeah, this is it's an impressive piece of engineering across the board.
And I've also heard a rumour, Rusty, that there may, not happening?
So Neil Murphy in the Chev Camaro. Great side-by-side race, 569 to a 578. Both guys go a little bit too quick. Craig Burns goes quicker by less, so he gets the win. 569 for Neil Murphy. That is a great pass for him, but way too quick for the 585 index, and a 578 for Craig Burns. Again, he's also way too quick, but hey, he gets it. I don't know whether that's a better to be lucky than good kind of deal for Craig Burns, but he banks the points, and a 578 will get the W.
Well, Neil Murphy, a 569 with a 9. That's a way too quick as well for Fuel-Tech Pro Mod. But look, it just goes to show how far those guys have come with that car as well.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I look at it and I also go, well, if you're not going to worry about the 585 index, that car can run in Doorslammer. So could have gone across and run in Doorslammer, but, you know, either or, I guess each to their own. But, yeah, Daniel Camilleri up against Craig Hewitt now. That is the next matchup. It is a monster field of Pro Mods here this weekend.
Yeah, Daniel Camilleri driving the ex-Sarkis Brothers 63 Chevrolet Dover. Actually caught up with Steve a few weeks ago at Aeroflow Race for Real. Haven't seen Steve for a fair while. Always good to catch up with him. And beside him is Craig Hewitt, sponsored by Ours Race Glide, CBH Steel Molds, and West End Performance.
Whoa. Just giving our starter a little thrill down there, Daniel Camilleri, getting very untidy and very out of shape. And he will take on Craig Hewitt. So another battle of the supercharged cars here this time around. Again, Daniel Camilleri, the heavy Chevy, with the baby small block in at 414 cubic inches under the hood. He's taking on Craig Hewitt, the CV8 Monaro, the Red Ninja.
All steel roof and quarters on this car as well. Original mounting points as well for the suspension.
It's a bit of a Pro Street battle, this one. When you look at it, it's two steel cars, two stock wheelbase, pretty much standard dimensions in terms of the body on these things. Obviously, the big superchargers hanging out of the bottom was not a factory option.
No.
If it was, I mean, they might sell a few more, but it wasn't a factory option. Craig Hewitt, though, out of Blackson's Ridge in New South Wales, the CBH Steel Molds and Fabrication West End Performance sponsored car, and he would love nothing more than to get a 5-second pass. He's been searching for it for so long. I think they've got a PB of around about the 612, 614 second mark, so a 5-second pass would be a massive jump. But that being said, we've seen those kind of jumps in the past. It's nothing that's too unusual.
No, it's not. And the funny thing about this car is that when Craig first brought it out, it came out on slicks. And then he changed it and put the Pro Radials on the rear end and went Pro Radial racing.
Yep.
And then thought, you know what, I'm going to stick the slicks back on it.
Yep.
And send it.
And the big shoes seem to work for it. It seems to like it. It's the biggest thing is it is a heavy car. Because it's all steel, it is a heavy car. It's just like Daniel Camilleri's. Not saying it can't be quick, but it just takes a little bit more to get it moving, that's all. Oh, big moment for Daniel Camilleri. Craig Hewitt's on a nice run here. And a 6.04, that's a PB by a country mile. 6.04 for Craig Hewitt. He would be over the moon in that car right now. 230 miles per hour, but a 6.041, 230 miles per hour. Daniel Camilleri, I bet you he's glad he had the zoomies on it, because that was pretty much all that kept that thing right side up that time around. That was up on two wheels and wild. Daniel Camilleri, man, that is... There may be a new pair of undies needed at the top end of the racetrack after that one.
Yeah, that car every time he's brought it out, it's been moving around a fair bit in the first 60 foot of the racetrack as well. But
and it moved, but I'd almost say that something came out of it or something broke on that car because, you know, Daniel's a pretty experienced driver. He knows where the line is. He's driven a lot of cars over the years, a lot of quick cars, and to see it just snap that quickly and that hard, fantastic drive job to keep it right side up and keep it shiny. You know, fortunately, he'll be back to fight another day. But yeah, for Daniel Camilleri, that's a big, scary move for sure. One more car left to come out in this one, and it is our number 1 qualifier, the Kiwi, Steve Carlson. I've got to be honest, these guys have impressed me to no end this weekend. They've come over here and they said, you know what, we want to run Pro Mod, we want to run against the 585 index and run against some of the best guys in the country. They qualified number 1 on their first try, 5.99 with a 9, and they've been doing everything right. They got the solo pass in this round of racing, and you know, they're doing a great job with it. Yeah,
the Ford Falcon Sprint. It's got the 521 cubed HEM unit. And, you know, hopefully that inspires a lot of other Kiwis that are in drag racing.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we were supposed to have quite a few Kiwi connection over here this weekend. Of course, you've got, you know, most of the Aeroflow Funny Car team these days is out of New Zealand. There's so many of the Kiwi connection down in that pit area. But, you know, we've got Nigel Dixon racing in top Doorslammer this weekend. We've got Steve Carlson in Pro Mod. We were supposed to have Barry Plumpton as well, but unfortunately had a death in the family and was unable to make the trek across. But he has actually messaged me and said the car now lives in Brisbane, so we're going to be doing a lot of racing in Australia. So great to see for Barry Plumpton that he will be back, and we will see him back in the PDRC Pro Mod category. So that's awesome news. But right now, Steve Carlson from Wellington in New Zealand, the Warrapara Auto and Engineering Ford Falcon Sprint. There's something about a two-door Falcon, it just looks right. I like it a lot. It is such a cool looking car, this thing. The Chicken Hawk Motorsport, Parallax Race Cars sponsored car. They knocked out their first 5-second run earlier on this afternoon. A 5.99 with the night. Did it by 1,000th of a second, but that's all you need to do. He's got that time card now. He can go and frame it.
Well, the last time I saw a Falcon Sprint on a racetrack was up at Bathurst, actually. It was part of the Touring Car Masters.
They're such a cool looking car. You know, the Lightning Sprints are just, they're just a fantastically proportioned thing. And yeah, this is probably the quickest one I've seen for a while, that's for sure. Steve Carlson from Wellington. Be looking to just lay down, I dare say, another 5-second run, something in the mid 590s they'd be pretty happy with. They're just trying to sneak up on it at the moment. You know, they're not out there trying to set the world on fire. They're just running their own race. And truthfully, it's working for them. You know, number 1 qualified. They're going to get the points here. And it's also all about ET points as well. And he's not afraid to steer this thing either.
It's on a pass.
That's on identical to the run he had before. 5.99 with a 9. Watch out, Supercharged Outlaws. These guys are going to go and enter shortly. 5.99 with a 9. Super consistent from Steve Carlson and the team out of Wellington in NZ. Guys, put your hands together for this team. They've travelled across the ditch, and to see them over here running so well, all the Kiwis this weekend, guys, fantastic. Make sure you dip into the chili bin tonight.
There you go. Start from our Kiwi brothers and sisters, doing a fantastic job, really putting New Zealand on the map as well. Not that they weren't already, because Rod Harvey's actually floating around out the back. And I'm a big fan of pro import drag racing.
Well, absolutely. You know, pro import is something that will be back in the future. Unfortunately, couldn't make it happen for this event under the PDRC. It was an exhibition class for the first couple of rounds. But, you know, with the number of cars and the size of the categories that we've got at this event, it was absolutely massive. So, with that now, we will move into pro alcohol. And this is going to be fun, I'm telling you now, because what we saw earlier on today, we've already seen a national speed record reset by Daniel Reid. And moving into pro alcohol, Shane Phillips is on a solo pass. So we do have a few updates to go on. So I know we've spoken about Russell Mills. I'm not going to touch on that one again. Was leading the championship, not here this weekend due to an accident. Not going to be at the rest of the races. We know what happened to Jake Donnelly last night, that frightening crash down at the top end of the racetrack. Brett White, unable to make it out for this round of racing. He was supposed to be taking on Shane Phillips, so Shane will get a solo pass. The other one that we're not sure is that we've got Wayne Price has said that he's not going to be able to make it out for this round of racing, but he should be out tomorrow. Wayne Price is the de facto points leader now. Okay, so in terms of the championship picture, this is actually major. With Wayne Price not being able to come out and score points in this round of racing, that means he's probably not going to make the final round tomorrow afternoon. It's all about banking points, remember, for the first 2 rounds. That's going to leave the door open for Daniel Reid, who missed the first round of the championship, to potentially swoop in and really make up some ground in this one. It's a wild scenario that I would not have pictured coming into this this championship round 3, but it's what we're faced with. So Shane Phillips is on track now. He's on a solo pass. He gets to concentrate. He's the number 2 qualifier as well, and a 5:43. I'm not sure if that's a PB, but I think it's pretty close to it for Shane. 5:43, 271 miles per hour. He was actually just a tick off the old speed record that Daniel Reid reset in the second round of qualifying this afternoon.
Yeah, well, he did say to me he's been playing around with a few things, but I've got a sneaking suspicion that he's probably going to send it and just bring it back a little bit just to get it from A to B.
Absolutely. Put your hands together for Craig Hewitt coming back along the return road. 6:04. That 5 is looking pretty tasty, boys. Shane Phillips in stage now, set for a start. Very clean. 9:20 to the 64 timers. This is going to be quick. 5:38, 272.39. Wow. Almost identical to what we saw from Daniel Reid earlier on tonight. And in terms of the speed record, he missed it by that much. The new speed record was 272.45. He just went 272.39. We got a race on our hands this weekend, guys. Put your hands together for Shane Phillips. That is an absolutely booming run. And again, only 0.03 of a second off the current national record for Pro Alcohol Funny Car. So that's 2 cars that we've got running bang on the national record in Pro Alcohol Funny Car. This is the other one, just quietly, Daniel Reid. He's on a solo pass by the look of it. He was supposed to be taking on Cruz Lovering, but I believe that Cruz Lovering is not going to be able to front for this one. So, whoa, big flame out from Daniel Reid when he went to fire it down there. There was a huge flame came out the pipe, but it cleared itself up once the engine cleared itself. But that was pretty wild on startup. Daniel Reid now. So it's almost like a tennis match, isn't it? Daniel Reid served, knocked out a 5:37 in second round of qualifying. Shane Phillips goes, okay, I'll return, 5:38. What's Daniel Reid going to come back with this time around?
Well, obviously the conditions out there at the moment aren't that bad, so I got a sneaky suspicion he may try and wick it up, being that he's on a solo.
Conditions not that bad. This is flavour country, boy. This is where you want to be. If you're watching this online, let me tell you, you are missing out. This is the best conditions we've had since the Winter Nationals last year, without a doubt. The air is good. There's no water grains in the air. This is go fast time right now.
Is this Italian style pasta or is this Indian hot curry?
This is whatever's going to make you go, shoot. This is just all about going fast. Daniel Reid, the Aeroflow lane. The All-Star Batteries Chevy Monte Carlo, he absolutely ran the table and destroyed the field, demoralised them down in Adelaide. He took the number 1 qualifier, low ET, won the event, reset the national speed record. He's again reset the speed record this afternoon. To see Daniel Camilleri coming back along the return road, put your hands together for him. What a save that we had in Pro Mod. That was absolutely phenomenal. But Daniel Reid now rolling out a solo pass. As I said, he was supposed to take on Cruz Lovering, but we have had a little bit of carnage in Pro Alcohol. What is the number going to be this time around?
Well, I'll tell you what, if you can back up that 5.37 with an 8, at least his nose is consistent.
Taking his time getting launch RPMs absolutely perfect. 9.51, he's had to pedal it a couple of times. It's not going to be as quick. They were throwing everything at that. They were throwing absolutely everything at that. 5.63, 2.69. Nothing to sneeze at. Nothing to sneeze at by any stretch of the imagination, but looked like it was just rattling the tyres ever so slightly. He had to pedal it, try and get it hooked back up down there, and a 5.63 is the result. So, wow. First two pairs of Pro Alcohol, and it is on like Donkey Kong. I have a feeling they had that thing loaded up to try and knock off the national record there for Daniel Reid in terms of elapsed time, and track just couldn't hold it. Just not quite at this point, but that's not to say it won't happen later on in the day. We've already seen a bunch of records. We've seen track records reset across the board today. It has been an incredible day in terms of performance. We're not done yet. We've still got Pro Alcohol, the remainder of this first round of Pro Alcohol to come out. And we also have got Pro Bike and Top Fuel Motorcycle yet to come. And then we drop back into the Aeroflow Sportsman Series. So plenty more racing left to come this afternoon as we see Brittany Olive and Chris Hargrave roll out, two of the young guns. I say young guns. Chris is probably 40 now. But that's still young. 40. I'm young.
Yeah, he's still very young. You talk about good presented cars in drag racing. Well, the Middy's electrical livery on the car looks sensational.
Oh.
But Brittany Olive, I'll tell you what, since she got the backing from A Civil, and obviously she got her dad in her corner as well, it's great to see her stepping up the Pro Alcohol in a Dragster and being competitive.
Oh, absolutely. You know, when they bought this car, I don't know whether there was any intention to go to Pro Alcohol. I think they just were aiming at supercharged outlaws and went, yep, that'll keep us happy. But they started getting down into the low sixes and the high fives and went, oh, well, you know what, if we're running around this sort of mark, we may as well jump in with both feet. And, man, they've made it happen, haven't they? You know, 5.71 in qualifying, that was a PB for him. 5.52 for Chris Hargrave at 2.64, that was also a PB for Chris Hargrave. You know, and he did it twice, 5.52 with a 0, 5.52 with a 1, and he ran 264 miles per hour both times. So, very, very consistent car, very tough performer. May not necessarily beat you with outright speed, but he will kill you with consistency. He is just one of those racers, super sharp on the tree. As both drivers bump towards stage, the RPMs come up. Clean Green's 081 reaction time advantage for Chris Hargrave, but Brittany Olive's out of the throttle and across the line for a 5.50 at 2.62. 5.50 at 2.62. That's a big step in the right direction. I'm not sure if that's a PB for ET. It is a PB for ET. So close to the 40s for Chris Hargrave, and he will be absolutely stoked with that. And as it stands at the moment, that will actually put him on the second quickest ET of the round. So he'll be sitting pretty in terms of the points. And it actually puts Daniel Reid a little bit on the back foot because he's down there with that 5.63. He'll be sitting back in third as it stands. But we've still got, obviously, Cameron Ambisi left to come out in the Dragster. But a 5.50. Put your hands together for the Middies team as they head on down the return road to pick up their driver. Always great to have them back up here at Sydney Dragway. And Brittany Olive, unfortunately, it looked like the pipes just went wet and she just got out of the throttle. It didn't look like it was shaking the tyres or doing anything too strange. As we put the lights on in the commentary box and absolutely blind the commentators. Wow.
Well, Cameron Ambisi.
That's what the inside of my eyeballs look like.
Cameron Ambisi up from Victoria in the Spitzer Dragster. I always love catching up with Cameron. They're a great team. He's a top bloke. And the best good thing is, too, is he has persevered with this Dragster and this combination that he's running in the back, the 514 cube Hemi. And he's just getting better. Jeff Cuttajar has been helping them out a lot.
Absolute legend, Cameron Ambisi. He's a guy who raced for a little while and then came back after a little break, and he's made it count. Knocked out a PB this afternoon, personal best of a 5.57, 252 miles per hour. And I don't know whether he'll be looking to better that, but he'll just be looking to consolidate it. You know, realistically, he's he's pretty comfortable with where the car is at the moment. And the main thing is for this team is that it's coming back clean. They're not having to do, you know, stupid amounts of repairs, changing things, fixing things. It's coming back clean. And when you're running at a professional level, that's what you want. You want the car to be running quick, but you also want it to be coming back in one piece.
The engine note's gone out.
And I think I just put the commentator's curse on on Cameron Ambisi. It sounds like the car's gone silent down there, and well, as he's already fired and moved forward into the starter's hands, I believe he will get the win points for this round of racing, but he will not get elapsed time points. So generally speaking, unless he was instructed by the starter to shut off, he will not be permitted to restart. So I'll push that car back, and that will wrap up a weird round of pro alcohol. I think there's no shame in saying that. But Shane Phillips off the bat, 5:38 with a 0. Absolutely incredible performance. Daniel Reid, 5:63. They were throwing everything at it. Chris Hargrave, 5:50. Cruz Lovering, unfortunately, was unable to front for that race against Daniel Reid. Brittany Olive, not a representative performance for her either. And Cameron Ambisi, I should say, was scheduled to take on Wayne Price, but Wayne Price suffered some damage after that supercharger explosion in the second round of qualifying. I'm sure we'll see him back tomorrow, but they're thrashing on that car pretty hard at the moment. So we move now into Top Fuel Motorcycle.
Now, you're getting itchy feet. You're getting a bit tingly because Damien Muscat's about to come out.
Well, you know, anytime Top Fuel Motorcycle comes out, I'm always excited. I'm always interested, mainly because you never know what's going to happen. You know, these things can go fast. They can go left, right, up, down, round and round. Yeah, they do everything. They're an incredible piece of machinery. And, well, Damien Muscat's lined up. He's going to be on a solo pass. I don't believe he's going to be racing anybody on this one because he is the numero uno qualifier. Let me see what I've got in my paperwork here. Just talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'll come back to you shortly.
Yeah, so Damien Muscat running a 1550cc Puma motor on board. Of course, this bike, as we well know, was in America, and it went a 588 in the States. And then Damien came out here, worked on the bike for a fair while, and then, as we know, at the bend, he ran that fantastic number. To be honest, I didn't expect it to be beaten, Matho's record to be beaten for a while.
You know what? Someone was going to do it.
Yeah.
And knowing the kind of mentality that Damien's got when it comes to his racing, he's the kind of dude that doesn't do things by halves. He's a bit of a wild man. He's not afraid to put his money where his mouth is and go out there and race. And I mean, he's dragged this thing all around the countryside, going racing with it. And I would say that he'd be swinging for the fences with a pretty good opportunity right now. To see Daniel Reid coming back along the return road, put your hands together for the man who's trying to make up some points in the championship. And I would suggest that race day is going to be very interesting in Pro Alcohol tomorrow. Right now we have got Top Fuel Bike on the racetrack. Damien Muscat, what can he lay down? We saw a 638 out of him last night, 657 this afternoon, with the bike going away as well. Was very strong on the front half, went 393, I think it was, the half track. Oh, it's moving around, it's turning the tyre a little bit, it's on a number, the flames are strong, 593, 228 miles per hour. Sydney Dragway, if that does not get your heart pumping, you must not have a pulse. 593 at 228 miles per hour. Make some noise for the 5-second man, Damien Muscat. That is incredible. That bike is something else, and another 5-second pass to add to their growing trophy cabinet, the growing list of records and achievements that they have made with that bike. That is insane.
That's awesome, isn't it?
Wow, Greg Durack going to come up next. I'm just composing myself a little bit up here. That I got a little bit excited. I think the pulse rate's up on that one. Man, Greg Durack coming out for a solo pass now. How do you follow that up?
Well, I'll tell you what, as soon as Damien left the line and got through that transition point to the 330 foot of the racetrack, you could tell it was on a number. The flames were high, kept his hand on the throttle, and very straight down the Aeroflow lane. That was the most important thing. Now, Greg Durack coming out on board the Kawasaki ZX-12R.
Yeah, another solo pass. Looks like we will have a paired run for the next matchup. You can see Ian Ashelford and Corey Buttigieg down there, so they will be lining up next. But right now, Greg Durack on a solo pass after a 5.93 from Damien Muscat. Man, 5 seconds on 2 wheels. I didn't catch the speed. What was the speed, Stu? Did you see? 220 something.
222.
Yeah, just a lazy 220 miles per hour. Greg Durack, a few issues getting this thing off the start line, but he's starting to wind up now and comes to life at half track. And a 9.33. That's not what he would have been looking for in this round of racing. Not what he would have been looking for at all. Now, I just realised why I got so excited. That was actually the first 5-second pass that I've seen in person.
Yeah.
On 2 wheels. So I wasn't here when Matho did it, and I wasn't down at the bend.
Well, I'm lucky enough that that's the second 5-second pass that I've co-called now. So
incredible.
It's
so
awesome.
We got Ian Ashelford and Corey Buttigieg now rolling up to the line. Ian Ashelford on the Nitro Harley left lane. The black Nitro Harley in the left lane as opposed to the black Nitro Harley in the right lane. The one with Attitude written on the back. And Attitude describes Nitro Harleys to a T. They have got attitude, they've got body language, they got it all going on.
Yeah, Corey Buttigieg's bike is a little down in the power side of things in terms of the cubic inches. And it's great to see Ian Ashelford back here at Sydney Dragway. There's a lot of people that love the Nitro Harleys. There's a lot of people that like the multi-cylinders. And listen to those V-twins thump.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's something about a fuel Harley that just it hits in your chest, doesn't it? So Corey Buttigieg yet to get down the track. An 8-second pass is his best of the weekend. An 8.45, the best for Ian Ashelford. Both races from interstate Greenfields in Western Australia is where Ian Ashelford's from. Corey Buttigieg from Bacchus Marsh in Victoria. Very clean, but it goes away a little bit for Corey. No, that's close to the wall. Ian Ashelford rolling out of the throttle down there. It sounded like it was dropping a cylinder, to be honest. It went fluffy. When you hear fluffy nitro sounds, that's usually not a good thing. Ian Ashelford, an 8.21. Corey Buttigieg could have leant out and wiped the wall with his hand. He was that close to it. But still a 13-second pass there. So, well, I think the highlight of that session, without a doubt, will be Damien Muscat. And Sydney Dragway, we've still got Pro Stock Bike coming out now. When you see Damien Muscat coming back along the return road, you'll know him because he's the guy with the wild hair and the crazy look in his eye. I want you to make some noise like you haven't made before for a long time, because 5.93 on 2 wheels is just incredible. Absolutely incredible, and it takes a very special man with a very special set of skills to get it down the racetrack. Ryan Lemont and Luke Crowley will be the first pair up, and what a matchup this is. I think this is actually a repeat of the what we saw in qualifying.
Yeah,
so
it certainly was. 2
national champions. We've got the reigning national champion and a former national champion. The reigning in the form of Luke Crowley. Ryan Lemont is the former national champion. This should be a good race. You know, on paper, Ryan Lemont has got the performance advantage, 7.45, 177. But we know that Luke Crowley's run into the 6s. He's gone very deep into the 6s. Ironically, he's actually not the record holder for Pro Bike in terms of ET. Although he was the first man that ran into the 6s, he is not the national record holder. The national record is actually held by Katie Sullivan from the United States. Did it back at the Winter Nationals in 2019. 696 is the number in terms of the record. And given the conditions that we've got, I mean, it's not often that you see these kind of weather conditions. So I think some of these guys would be swinging for the fences. But because you don't see these conditions all the time, it's hard to come up with a tune-up sometimes. You know, it's a bit of a catch-22.
Well, I don't think Luke would have been too happy after that last pass away. It just hit throttle, cranked tyre, and it just went straight sideways, which he would have gone through that data, and he would have a plan in his mind of what he's going to do with the bike. And Ryan Lemont, well, that bike has just been consistent the whole round so far.
So, Both bikes in clean on both sides, identical to the reaction times. And it looks like Luke Crowley's out in front. This is going to be quick. And a 7:22, quickest run of the event so far. 192.8 miles per hour. That is a big speed. It's not quite on the national record that he reset at the last round of the championship at the Bend, but the current record, 193.59, but 192 was certainly up there. Ryan Learmonth kind of laid over in the first 60 feet and recovered a little bit, but an 8:07 at 166. As we see Damien Muscat coming back along the return road. Make some noise, Sydney Dragway, 5:93. And as I said, it takes a man with a very, very special set of skills to get it down there. Absolutely incredible. 5:93 for Damien Muscat. And my question is, how quick can that bike go? Because it looks like it's doing it easy.
Yeah.
It looks like it's just putting it down Broadway every single time he rolls out. It just doesn't look like it's misbehaving. They're doing so much right with that bike at the moment. But we will have Tony Frost rolling into the water next. Tony Frost, the Force Wear Components motorcycle. You cannot miss that one. And he'll be taking on Paul Andrews, who is yet to get down the racetrack here this afternoon. He has come out twice in qualifying, and twice the bike has just bogged down or shook or done something weird and never really got down the racetrack after that.
Yeah, Tony Frost, our number 2 qualifier with a 7.37 with a 2. So certainly on the right direction on this bike, on the Suzuki. I think Paul Andrews, I've got a feeling he might just try and go A to B and get have a complete reset, just to get a baseline for tomorrow.
Yeah, this will be interesting because, again, very different conditions to what they're going to race in with round 2 tomorrow afternoon. It's going to be a case of just going out there, putting it down and hoping it sticks. You don't get to race in these cool conditions as often as what they'd probably like. Of course, when you get to the Nitro Champs and the Winter Nationals, these are the conditions you hope for, but you're never guaranteed. So Tony Frost in the rocket lane. 7:37 is the number 2 qualifier coming in. Paul Andrews was at the bottom of the qualified list with no time recorded. As I touched on, did not get down the racetrack. So he'll be hoping that those woes are behind him and that he can put down some kind of a representative run here. Both bikes in, almost set for a start. Andrews really taking his time, pulling this thing into the beams. Reaction time advantage to Tony Frost, although the bike is kangarooing a little bit down there. Paul Andrews, same problem yet again. The bike pulls over to the side. 784. After an untidy start, a 784 is not too bad, and good speed at the other end as well, 181 miles per hour. For Paul Andrews, got a feel for him because he's trying hard on that bike. They're really trying everything they can to get it down there, but it's just not playing the game at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one because it left the line with the 1.89 to 60, so I'm wondering whether it's got a slight gearbox problem with the bike.
I don't know if it's that or whether the bike's just bogging down and not shifting or what the case is. It's certainly something that's a bit unusual, but yeah, that being said, we've still got one bike left to come in this session, and it is the bike of Jason Lee, the number 1 qualifier with a 728, 183 miles per hour. He won the first round of the championship back in Sydney in November last year. Took out Luke Crowley, which is just quietly not an easy thing to do. And he was the championship leader coming into round 2. Did not have the kind of event he would have hoped for down in Sydney. So Jason Lee trying to bounce back from the performance down in Adelaide at his home race. Certainly made one big step towards it with that 728 in second round of qualifying. It was an improvement over the 739 that we saw. He is on a solo pass because we have had a little bit of carnage in Pro Bike this weekend. Unfortunately, Scott White has withdrawn, as well as Lockie Island after the crash that he had last night. down there in the braking area. So the question is, can Jason Lee lay down a number that will put him in the realms for maximum points coming into the next round of racing? The bike is more than capable of it. And it's a nice launch, 109 to the 60-foot times. This is on a nice pass. And it is a 717 low ET of the event for Jason Lee and 184 miles per hour. That is a very nice run, and he will take maximum points heading into round 2 of racing tomorrow afternoon. Very, very nice pass for Jason Lee and the whole Trevor Birrell racing team. You can see hugs all around, high fives all around, and a very fitting end to the PDRC this afternoon. With that, we are going to move into what looks to be some Supercharged Outlaws action. I'm going to step off the microphone and leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Stuart White and JB. And I will see you guys tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be absolutely phenomenal, I'm telling you now.
No, it's going to be a cracker day across the PDRC, of course the NDRC, and of course the Aeroflow Sportsman Series, which we're about to resume. And as Rusty said, Supercharged Outlaws. We're going to give the track a bit of a lick, and then we'll be back very, very soon.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep.
How far away is that store?
we are back into the Aeroflow National Sportsman Series. And we're in Supercharged Outlaws, and Travis Connor in the LJ Tirana, 461 cubes of shaft power, and he's done basically another John Sapio
he's nearly
burnout.
at the finish line.
We welcome John Samorax back onto the mic. Paul Wood out there now in the big Chevy Camaro, 540 cubes of shaft power.
I think Travis is keeping going. He's going to the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going off the track.
I wonder if there was an issue, or it's because Paul's done such a short burnout, and rather than make Paul wait, I
caught him unawares there because they didn't have the gate open.
No, I mean it could also be that they couldn't get reverse.
Possibly.
Could be anything. So it's been a wild piece of kit, that car for Travis. So Paul Wood going out on the solo.
Gets the gimme.
So this is the class that Brittany Olive cut her teeth in before
our current Supercharged Outlaws track champion.
Yeah.
Supercharged Outlaws.
She's doing a great job. Tony Frost coming up the return road. What a great looking bike that is of Tony's. All right, so we'll wait for Paul Wood to get settled. He's on the solo. Now, there's something going on. They're playing around with the wheelie bars, just resetting that. See Paul just rocking the car, probably more so to get it into gear. We're just going to get Paul to bring the car forward. Well, what do you reckon, JB? He's gone a 694 with a 3 to be our number 5 qualifier. Conditions out there are still very, very good for racing.
Yeah, he's put a 694 on the window, so on a solo he can go quicker, it doesn't matter.
Well, 1.09 to 60, but wow, just got
very
out of
loose.
the groove. And it had the hippie shake on and just runs on through with an 829 with a 7 at 118. It just goes to show, doesn't it, JB? You've only got to be just out of the groove.
Just out of the groove, absolutely. So we're into the first round of Supercharged Outlaws. The loser goes home or on the trailer.
Oh, great stuff. I've just had a message through from Chris Diggles. He said, I'm loving the call, Rocket. Thank you very much, Chris.
Next we have Josh Fletcher in the Aeroflow lane and Greg Angus in the Rocket lane.
Hey, Chris, I'm not going to lie, my friend. I kind of feel like I'm at Willowbank. We've got a lot of Queenslanders that have made their way down. Speaking about Queensland.
Josh is from Queensland.
Yeah, Josh is. He's got the...
Greg Angus from Narre Warren.
Yeah, the Styromax Gulf Western Oil simple dragster.
HJ Coupe.
Tell you what, it sounds good, that 372 Chev, doesn't it?
It really does.
So a nice short, sharp burnout there for Josh Fletcher. Styromax and Gulf Western Oil, our event sponsor behind this dragster, as is the Bulk King, Greg Angus, with the Greg Angus Motor Traders HJ Coupe.
Josh has got a 6.76 as a dial in, and Greg has a 7.65. 1 light. Greg, excellent. Josh has a few problems. Greg rolls off it. 766 to take the win. Next we have Toby Austin from Wallsend in New South Wales. The Chev Camaro Funny Car with a Brad Austin. And Tim Gruber in the Rocket Lane. The Ford TC Cortina. Toby with a 6.65 dial and Tim with a 757.
Yeah, they just pushed Josh Fletcher around the corner after that pass. So got Chevrolet Camaro Funny Car up against the sedan, the TC Cortina. Timmy Gruber, a 764, starting with a 757. And Toby Austin, well, I'll tell you what, we said he was quick, JB, but he's very, very consistent.
Absolutely. Qualified number 3. Sponsored by Tobster Racing and Engineering.
Here, Tim Gruber, who's got that higher revving 410 cube Ford motor on board, the TC Cortina. Toby Austin with the 521 cubed Brad Anderson engine on board. Good strong burnout there from Toby, equally as good for Tim Gruber.
Is that Naomi Dyson down there on the start line? Looks like it.
Sure.
Must be her husband Warwick's there.
All right, Toby and Tim just inching their respective vehicles into pre-stage. Will we see a 665 for Toby Austin?
181 light. Tim and a 247 for Toby. Toby, they both get off the gas.
Yeah, Tim Gruber had to pedal that. And Toby Austin, well, there was a pop out of it just before half track, and then it just went dead. So
Possibly
I don't know whether
put
there
a
was
burst panel out, maybe.
maybe, yeah. Maybe a little bit of an issue there for Toby.
Tim takes the win.
Certainly left the line though well, 1.16 in the 60 for Toby Austin. So we'll just get Toby brought around the Junior Dragway Expressway, as we affectionately call it here at Sydney Dragway. And then we're going to go supercharged outlaw racing with a couple of tough sedans.
Anthony Boole in the BA Falcon with a 412 cube Windsor, and Bruno Badajasevic with the TFX 521 cube Holden HG. A little bit of Ford versus Holden.
Yeah, Bruno Matajasevic out there. Been doing really well all day. He was our #1 qualifier with a 638 with a 4 at 224 miles per hour.
Got a 634 as a dial in now. And Anthony Bull's got a 7.34 dial in.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot more performance out there for these blown sedans.
Boys just got the fire up signal.
They may have kept an eye on what was happening in Pro Alcohol and thought, you know what, we might have to adjust our dial-in times.
Yep.
That 412 cubed Windsor sounding sweet for Anthony Bull. Bruno laying down some nice big sticky rubber marks on that start line.
Appears to be a problem with Anthony Bull's car, Stewie.
I wonder if the engine's gone off, turned off, or whether he's got a little bit of an issue.
They shut Bruno down.
Okay, so it looks
Clear
like
that car off the track.
Yep. So Wes will bring the quad up and get Anthony. So that's a shame, really, because Anthony has really been doing very well in this car, and not just here at the Gulf West Knowles Nitro Champs, but also at round 1 and 2 of our New South Wales State Championship Series. So Bruno Matajasevic, he will be pushed back. But that's a weird one for Anthony, because normally that car of his is ultra consistent. The Shire Automotive Falcon. So hopefully it's nothing bad and they can get that back to the pits. They can just have a look at it. But, you know, when you're dealing with blown methanol motors, sometimes they just don't want to play the game. It's just the nature of the beast with those engines.
Yes, when you put that polished parts destroyer on top of a motor, also known as a supercharger, these things happen.
The only thing that I could think of, which is a little bit worse than that, JB, would be when you got the big shots of nitrous, like Krieger's old Tirana.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or even worse than that is the evil yellow fuel known as nitro.
Yes, that's right. So we're just waiting for Anthony Bull to be pushed off the track. We're going to give Bruno another chance at the racetrack. 6:34 dial in for Bruno, sponsored by PC Freight. You see Paul Wood coming up the return road. Look forward to seeing Paul back out. Tell you what, he's had some wild rides, but geez, he's a good driver. Paul, you're doing really well, mate. I've been following you for a few months now and doing a great job out there as well. Of course, Toby Austin coming back along the return road in the funny car, former junior dragster driver, and made the step up in this car a number of years ago. And the funny cars, they're not the easiest car to drive. And of course, Josh Fletcher, great to have the Fletcher team down from Queensland. The Styromax Gulf Western Oil sponsored dragster. All right, well, looks like we've got Anthony under tow or being pushed by the quad. So we'll send him out through the gate. So we'll tow Anthony off, and you know, it might be just one of those things, JB. It might be just something small.
Yes.
Which is something they can get repaired relatively quickly.
Trouble is that was first round, so now he's out.
Oh, that's right. It is first round, isn't it? I forgot about that. I'm
not qualifying.
That's right.
Eliminations.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they'll fix it for next meeting.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, that's a shame there for Anthony Bull. But that is the nature of drag racing. I can see the Fenster sitting downstairs in the Wallandilly Smash front engine dragster.
What did you call it?
Oh, the driver, Chris Denny. We all call him, his nickname's Fen, so we call him the Fenster.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But that is a great looking car, especially when the sun's out. I mean, at night it doesn't really do it justice. And
do you know whose car it used to be?
Not off the top of my head, no.
I'm thinking maybe Chelsea Lay's car, but I'm not 100% sure of that.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure myself, actually. That is the good thing about Supercharged Outlaws. There's all different styles of vehicles. Don't forget, guys, the 5th to the 8th of June, we've got the 57th Gulf Western Oil Winter Nationals, and you can buy your tickets online at www.willowbankraceway.com, or if you're watching here and you're thinking, you know what, racing at this event was cool, let's go. So you can use the QR code. Of course, Nitro Up North, which is coming up on Friday the 29th and Saturday the 30th of August 2025. It's the grand final for Top Doorslammer. They've also got the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars up there, wheel standers, and a Sportsman Series up there as well. So you can scan that code for tickets. I'm actually a big fan of those Aeroflow Nitro Funny Cars.
They're cool as, hey?
Yeah, with the single mag.
Yep. 671s.
Yeah. And they're quick, they're into the 5s. Yeah, so Michael Richards a little bit earlier today, JB. He did a big PB today. He went 8.63 with a 4, and that was with a roll-off.
Yeah, nice.
So plenty more left in that bike. Possibly a high 8.5 second pass as well for Michael. So on board the bike, affectionately called Red Mist, as we dubbed it.
Red Mist.
Yeah, we dubbed it Red Mist.
Familiar with that.
Yeah.
I get it at work all the time.
I'm not going to ask why.
When jobs aren't cooperating.
Yes, yes. Well, we just got the tractor out there just doing a little quick rub with the tyres. Maybe just a couple of little spots and very, very minute amount of spots. So we'll just rub the tyres over and we should be good to go. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, to everybody that's in the crowd, particularly all of you who have stayed around for the Aeroflow National Sportsman Series, thank you very much, guys. I know that all the sportsman racers appreciate the support, and They love nothing better than putting on a show in front of the fans.
We still have plenty more racing to go, Stewie.
Absolutely we do. We've got a huge amount more racing to go. We've got a whole heap of bikes that are lined up out the back.
And it's only 7 o'clock.
Yeah, we had Super Comp in the lanes too. I think they might
Super
be out
Comp
next.
up next, I think.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, we mentioned earlier, we've seen Fueltech Pro Mod and some of those turbo cars. We're going pretty quick in this cold weather. We'll wait till some of these Super Comp cars come out. Particularly the turbo ones, they are going to absolutely love it. All right, we're just winding the supercharger at the moment, JB. So we won't be too far away from Bruno firing up the big Holden HG. All right, guys, looks like we're about to fire Bruno's car. Yeah, as it comes to life. Sometimes they can be a bit temperamental, can't they, JB, when you go to start them?
Definitely.
They're not like a super gas car where you just start them.
No, all cars are temperamental and bikes.
Yeah. All right, big bad Bruno.
Looks like he's going to do a pass. Test his dial in.
And why not? He was our #1 qualifier with the 638. 634 dial in. And in these conditions, that supercharger will be sucking in a lot of dense air. All right, here we go, guys. Bruno in full stage.
Oops.
Oh. Sounded like it had a little bit of a problem there on the two-step. And Bruno just wisely just shut it off.
Well, you only have to stage the car to take the win on a solo, so
Oh, that's true. Yeah, so maybe it was...
Bruno takes the win.
Yep. Sounds like the supercharger belt might have come off at JB.
Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like the supercharger belt has gone. Thankfully, they can be replaced.
You need one of them.
You certainly do, but at least they can be replaced.
That's it.
But it's great to have Bruno up here in Sydney as part of the 2025 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. As we're about to get our #2 qualifier, David Escort, in the Australian Truck and Trailer Repairs Pontiac Funny Car. And about to take on Chris Denny, the Wallandilly Smash Repairs and J Turnbull Truck Centre front engine dragster with the 350 cube small block in the front of it. He was our #7 qualifier with a 743. Now, David's actually put in a 657. So Chris Denny has gone to 740. So obviously he thinks there's a fair bit of performance there, JB.
Where's Amanda?
Amanda is on the burnout pad.
Oh, there she is. Strong burnout from Chris.
Just waiting for David to do his burnout procedure in the funny car, which I dare say will probably be short and sharp. Just a couple of metres past the start line for the burnout procedure there for David Escort and Chris Denny. Just a bit of a longer burnout for the front engine dragster with those smaller rear slicks on the rear end. Right, Amanda just guiding Chris into stage. Or just about into stage. The crew member for David just spraying the injector hat so it doesn't freeze. Chris out with a .251 reaction time. Oh, I tell you what, David Ascot, he got very close to the centre line, and a 661 on a 657. Unfortunately there for Chris Denny.
Breaks out with a 638, which is a PB, I believe.
I think so.
Amanda looks happy with it.
PB there, Amanda. Woohoo! Good, great job, mate. Well done. Well, I'll tell you what, I did say he's improving every time he gets in the car. But David Escort, wow, he got super close to that centre line, JB.
Very close to crossing it. Yeah, if you're going to lose, a PB is not a bad way to lose.
Oh, absolutely.
And now we are into the first round of Super Comp.
Yep. Oh, yeah. And look at this one.
This is a tough matchup.
Absolutely. We've got Craig Geddes out there now in the E Dragster, whose national record is a 7.48, and Peter Mamone in the B Altered Production Ford Mustang. His national record is a 7.45. So we're going index racing.
Both guys went well under. Craig qualified number 1 and Peter number 6.
I'll tell you what, Peter Mamone, I'm sure he knows how tough a competitor Craig Geddes is.
He's going to have to push a tree.
Well, he certainly will. Only 0.03 of a second between them on the tree. So it's probably just over 1 light, give or take. All right, the fire up signal has been shown to the teams. So Peter Mamone, as JB said, this car is manually shifted. Great car.
Absolutely. Very pretty car.
So Craig Geddes running for Summit Racing Equipment. The 285 cube Chev on board. Very narrow dragster for Craig Geddes.
So a small cube, naturally aspirated 6-second car.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
That's impressive, isn't
Very
it, JB?
impressive. 285 cubes running into the sixes with no power adders.
Yeah. And Peter Mamone running effectively a baby pro stocker. So this is round 2 of Supercomp. Going by my schedule. Right, here we go, JB. Peter's in the full stage. We're just waiting for Craig to bring the tracks forward as he has. Oh, red light from Peter Mamone. Craig Geddes, 0.288 on the tree, and unfortunately there for Peter Mamone, a red light and a 7.38 with a 2 on a 7.45 national index. So Craig Geddes through to the next round of Supercomp. All right, Bailey McClure. What a race this is going to be. Bailey McClure in the 53 Chev Corvette. The AA altered production injected automatic Corvette up against Peter Pisolides in the AA altered production injected automatic.
Essentially a heads-up race.
Heads-up race.
First to the finish line wins.
This is going to be sensational, JB.
Both cars with plenty of power.
Both cars well into the 6-second zone as well, over the quarter mile.
Bailey qualified second with a 6.45. And Peter qualified 5th with a 6.74. This will be a good race.
This will be an absolute cracker of a race. Tell you what, both these cars in the first half of the racetrack, as we've seen, JB, they've been moving around a little bit, just past 3:30.
Yep, they will be a handful.
Bailey McClure all the way from Serpentine in Western Australia. Peter Pisolides up from Altona in Victoria. Big turbos on the side of these motors. Well, I'll tell you what.
Both had a pedal.
I was going to say there's only 3,000s between them in the 60, and Bailey McClure gets the win. A 6.41 with a 6. And a 6.88 from Peter Pisolides.
292 mile an hour from Bailey.
Wow. That is massive speed from Bailey. 393 small block Chev with a couple of turbos hanging off it. against the big 509 cubed Hemi with a couple of turbos hanging off it. All right, next up, we've got Darren Michelle in the Seagas Automatic Chev Cobalt. 358 cubes of Chev power on board for him, and he's about to take on Pat Firiolo in the A-modified production Chevy Camaro, whose national record is an 8:36, and Darren Michelle's is an 8:29. So once again, JB, not much in it.
No. Pat, our number 3 qualifier with 8:16, and Darren, number 4 qualifier with 8:10. This will be a nice close race.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the Chevy Cobalt. When it leaves the line, it likes to get up on those rear wheels.
Appears to be a problem with Darren's car, pushing it back.
Well, that's very unfortunate there for Darren Michelle. So Pat Firiolo
will get the freebie.
He does. And an 8:36, that's his national record.
No need to run it out.
But he probably will.
Or not.
Or not. No, 1.17 in the 60 there for Pat Firiolo. And backs it off. Just cruises on through with a 9.13 at 95 miles per hour. 3.35 to the 330 there for Pat Firiolo in the A modified production Chevy Camaro.
And now we are into
performance bike. And we got Bobby Schulter. I got Bobby Schulter in the Aeroflow lane in the Shark Leathers Kawasaki ZX-10R. About to take on Bo Strike from Newbeath in Queensland. The Final Strike Contracting Harley Davidson Fat Bob. A 9.63 is dialed in. That is, the national record for Bo and Bobby Schulter. And 8.69 is the national record. So Bobby Schulter running in the D altered bike category, and Bo Strike with the street bike. So the big quacker in the Aeroflow lane. Has got to wait for Bo, almost 1 full second. Well, an 860 on the tree there for Bobby Schulter. Doing the chasing, Bo Strike is ahead though, and he gets the win, a 9.76 with a 9. Cross the line first. got the win. A 10.11 there for Bobby. All right, Nathan Nielsen coming out on the AA comp bike from East Mackay in Queensland. The Pipeline Assets Australia and Woodfire 600 sponsored Suzuki Hayabusa. His national record is a 7.04. And in beside him, Cheryl Beddoes from Ellis Lane, the Joe Curie Motorcycle Transport Harley-Davidson V-Rod Destroyer, running in V-Twin comp bike. And 869 is the national record there for Cheryl. 0.346 on the tree. Here comes Nathan with an 032. Got to be a bit careful. No, he's got the win. A 686 with a 6. Absolutely smashes the national record on that AA comp bike. So he gets the win. He's through to the next round of performance bike as Aveen Orta comes out now from Hamilton, Queensland. The S1000kracing.com.au sponsored BMW. The B street bike. Her national record is a 9.15. In beside her, Tim McClure from Western Australia. The McClure Motorsports Boozer running in A street bike. His national record is an 8.80. 062 on the tree for Tim. But the win goes to Aveen Orta. A 9.39 to a 9.48 there for Tim. Next up, we're going to have Dave Finlayson from Crestmead in Queensland, the A street bike, Suzuki EFE. Also running for Marshall Mountain Motors, and 1500 cc's on board for Dave. So his national record again is an 880, and in beside him, Joseph Curry. On board the Connection Concepts Harley-Davidson Destroyer, also sponsored by VP Racing Fuels, Twin Tune Performance, and Size Harley-Davidson at Campbelltown. Looks like we've got a little bit of fluid on the start line, which is doing a quick little mop-up, but Joe Curry running in V comp bike, which stands for the V-Twin, and it's a comp bike. And his national record is an 869. Dave Finlayson was our number 5 qualifier with an 8.89 with a 7. Joe Curry was our number 10 qualifier with a 9.49 with a 7. So we got Jap versus American. Suzuki versus Harley. The A street bike up against the V comp bike, V-Twin comp bike. Well, 0.119 on the tree there for Dave. Joe Curry is into it on the Harley and gets the win, a 9.12 with an 8 at 144 miles per hour. That's one of the better passes that Joe's done so far. All right, Ken Collin coming out now on the A altered bike, running for Rascal Race Engines. His national record is a 7.62, and in beside him, Vanessa Rodham from East Mackay in Queensland on the Mining and Energy Union Suzuki Hayabusa, running in A comp bike. Her national record is a 7.77. Oh, 0.33 on the tree for Vanessa. Tell you what, Ken Collin on a good pass too, and he gets the win. A 7.78 with a 5 at a 1.72. Unfortunately for Vanessa, at 8.12. Next up, we've got Edge Malice, who's looks like he's going on a solo. He's on the Double D comp bike, the Kawasaki H2R. 994 cc's on board for Edge. Also sponsored by the CIM Wellness Centre in Armidale, Victoria. So Double D comp bike national record, a 7.92. Big square rear tyre on this bike, totally different to ride to a lot of the other bikes that you've seen in comp bike. If you want the bike to go right, you've got to lean to the left. No 83 on the tree for Edge Malice. And 1.28 to 60 and just backs it off at about 1,000 foot and just runs on through with a 9.11 with 3. He was our number 1 qualifier with a 7.52 with a 5. Running for Brock's Performance in the USA.
Okay, now we're into junior drag bike. We have Lillian Hagan from Monto in Queensland on an A junior drag bike, and Christopher Davidson on an A junior drag bike from East Maitland. Christopher is sponsored by Albie, my dad. Can you sponsor me too, Albie? Christopher gets away with a 162 light and Lillian with a .328.
Now the junior drag bikes are running on a Chicago shootout. So this is
Christopher went well under there and broke out. Man, what a pass. Lillian takes the win. Next we have Anastasia Lucky in the Aeroflow lane and Lawrence Rochella in the Rocket lane. Anastasia with a 9.00 and Lawrence with a 8.89. Got the green light going on the back of Anastasia's bike.
Yeah, that's a real funky look. Of course, can't really do that on the road, but it looks cool on the racetrack, doesn't it? So this is Chicago Shootout, round 2 of the junior drag bikes, and a .16 on the tree for Anastasia Lucky. And Lawrence Rochella, who's dialed in with an 8.89 and goes 8.84 with an 8. A little bit too quick, so the wins goes to Anastasia Lucky. Just waiting for our screen to go to the next two riders, which will be Kobe Ashelford.
All the way from Perth, or West Australia. Greenfields, West Australia.
Yeah, we just saw Ian not long ago in Top Fuel Motorcycle, and Blake Hagan from
Queensland.
Yeah, Monto, Queensland.
Kobe red lights. Blake takes the win.
Cooper Ashelford coming out now. Plenty of heat into that rear tyre on the board 300cc Kawasaki Ninja. And he's about to take on Jatiah Chalk from Park Avenue in Queensland, the Nikki V Artistry 300 Kawasaki, who's dialed in with a 10 flat, and Cooper Ashelford, who's dialed in with an 8.72.
0.40 light for Jatiah and 0.30 light for Cooper. And Jatiah breaks out, runs a 9.53 on a 10.0. That's a big breakout.
That's a very big breakout.
Cooper takes the win. Next we have Lincoln Delios in the Rocket Lane and Marcus McDonald in the Aeroflow Lane. Marcus from Harvey Bay in Queensland. Oh, we got the reds on. Lincoln sponsored by LA Cycles, Preston Civil, also Apollo Batteries. And Marcus sponsored by Carter's Custom Hot Rods and Staunch Liftwear. Benny Stevens and Fueled Motorsport. All the way from Harvey Bay in Queensland.
Delios 2.41 to 60 from the little 125, and Marcus McDonald doesn't get the win, unfortunately. Lincoln gets there with 12.13.
12.10, nice.
Later on that one.
Marcus not shabby either, a 63 on a 60. All one on the star line.
All right, guys, we're about to get into round 2 of the Junior Dragsters. We've got Ava Walker in the Rocket Lane from Yuriupta in South Australia, the low heating, cooling and electrical Junior Dragster.
And Savannah Lucci in the Aeroflow Lane from Menangle, C Junior Dragster. Savannah with a 12.03 dial in, and Ava with a 7.73, so Ava's got a good long wait. Ava sponsored by DreamWorks Garage and Munter Bay Holiday Park.
Yeah, Ava, our number 20 qualifier with a 7.78 with a 6, and Savannah Lucci running in C Junior Dragster. She was our number 8 qualifier with a 12.02 with a 2.
Savannah sponsored by Lucci Civil and Naughty Boys.
VP race fuels as well. Hope some people in the crowd got some merchandise as well from the VP store up there.
So Naughty Boys had an apparel tent there as well.
Yeah, they did.
Sawyer Junior bikes make their way back.
Both dragsters in the pre-stage. The C Junior of Savannah Lucci, 0.120 on the tree. Here goes Ava at the 062. Ava has got the advantage. But the win and gets the win, a 7.74 with a 7. Unfortunately for Savannah Lucci, just broke out in 11.91 on a 12.03 reaction time as Carl Schultz from Corona Downs comes out now in the SCG Racing Parts. AA Junior, who's dialed in with a 7.73, and Paige King from Rochdale, South Queensland, the Todd's Fiberglass. B Junior Dragster dialing in with a 9.12. Number 12 qualifier versus number 24 qualifier.
Page gets away with an excellent 033 line. Carl not far behind with an 081 line. Page takes the win. 915 and a 912. Next up we have Savannah Condello in Aeroflow Lane and Sophia Cutchell up from Victoria in the Rocket Lane. Sophia with a whole list of sponsors. Sunset Customs, Justin Allen Roofing and Plumbing, Cutchell Concepts and Dutch Makers. Savannah sponsored by Fine Line Motorsports.
Great to see Fine Line Motorsports getting behind a whole heap of the junior dragster drivers.
Savannah has a 8.03 dial in and Sophia 8.60.
So not much between them on the whites. Sophia in the B Junior will get to go first, but she'll want to cut a light because Savannah's only 0.6 of a second behind her on the tree. Right, 8.43 for Sophia, 0.14 over the tree for Savannah. JB, who you got?
Sophia, I think. Yep. Runs through an 869 and an 860. And Savannah not far off, an 807 on an 803, but all one on the start line.
Absolutely. Piper Bennett coming out now from Alfred's Point. The Stratus Form A Junior dialing in with an 8.03.
And Benjamin Adhard in A Junior Drags dialing in 8.20. Benjamin sponsored by Low Fabrications, Piper by Tequila Sunrise and Cheap and Easy Trailers.
8 Group Designs as well.
Cheap and Easy Trailers sounds like a good idea.
So currently in the Aeroflow National Sportsman Series.
Second round of Junior Dragster. Started off with 51 cars in this bracket, the biggest bracket we had. down to 25, and now it'll be down to 12 after this round. There'll be 6 tough rounds of racing, whoever wins this. Waiting on Piper to stage, she's in. 0.23 live for Benjamin. And 121 for Piper. And Piper broke out.
7.99 on an 803 dial in. Next up, we've got James Barlow from Holden Hill in South Australia, the Reeds Transport. A Junior dialing in with an 8 flat. Now, bearing in mind, these cars can go sub 8 seconds in racing for the A Juniors. Mason Kuchel from Ripple in
Victor Lane.
running for Atlantic Oils.
Mason dialed in with an 8.15.
Number 9 qualifier for James Barlow with an 8.02 with a 5. And Mason Kuchel, our number 21 qualifier, with an 8.11 with a 2. So James Barlow thinks there's a little bit more performance in these conditions. Unfortunately, a red light there for Mason Kuchel, so James Barlow
1-4 red.
through to the next round. And probably good
James
thing,
breaks out by 1,000s. The 7.999.80. But doesn't matter when there's a red light in the other lane. Next we have Riley Ito from Greystanes in a Junior Dragster. Riley's dialed in with an 8.04. And Zane Condello is dialed in at 7.99 in another A Junior Dragster.
also sponsored by Fine Line Motorsports. Zane Condello, of course, Riley Ito, sponsored by Murphy Finance Solutions, ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications.
Low Fabrication sponsors a few cars from juniors, don't they?
Yeah, it's great to see that Chubby's getting behind it.
.024 light for Zane and .069 light for Riley. And Zane takes the win. 8.05 on a 7.99 dial.
Good reaction time there from Zane Condello, .024 on the three.
0.24. Most races will be proud of that. All races, actually.
Well, Joshua Maggs in the AA Junior Dragster running for Speedflow. He's up from Wallen in Victoria. About to take on Charlotte Leafney in another of the Speedflow products. Junior Dragsters, who's running a Junior Dragster. So Charlotte's dialed in with an 8.20. And Joshua Maggs, well, he's dialed in with a 7.73, the AA Junior. Methanol burning single cylinder Junior Dragsters.
Angry little motors.
They sound fantastic. Yeah, they're outside. Oh, unfortunately there for Joshua Maggs.
008 red line.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. So Charlotte Leafney through to the next round. And she broke out too, 8.16 on an 8.20 dial in. So they might have to play around with the tune on that car. They are coming back out again tonight.
I think so. Cody Sedmack in the Aeroflow lane. Dials 8.60. Just noticed Cody's race numbers 4541. His dad Omar's number is 454. That's pretty cool. In the other lane we have Madeline Datson from South Australia. She has dialed at 8.12.
Sponsored by Paradise Mazda. A Junior Dragster up against the B Junior. Some great shots. These Junior Dragsters doing their thing.
Kylie showing where to park it. Yeah, that's a good shot, that one.
Setback, unfortunately, for Cody, an 0-1-4 red, so
everyone's having a crack.
They are, so Madeline Datson through the next round of the Junior Dragsters. Next up, we've got Luca Lamatina, the Lamatina Farms A Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.01, and he's going to be taking on Miss Bailey Hawke from Monterey in South Australia, who's dialed in with an 8.02, almost a heads-up race. Luca Lamatina was our number 19 qualifier with an 8.08 with a 4, and Miss Bailey Hawke, our number 7 qualifier with an 8.02 0.
Miss Bailey, sponsored by Robust Works, First National Copper Coast, Country Living Homes, Bromins Engineering and Auto Pro Cadena.
So Luca Lamatina, the Angry Carrot, as it's got on his Junior Dragster.
Oh, 007 and a 008. Boy.
Wow.
Anyone's race. Miss Bailey takes it. 8.03 on an 8.02. And an 8.02 on an 8.01 for Luca. 5 thousandths win margin. Outstanding.
Absolutely awesome, isn't it?
That was a tough race.
Bearing in mind too, guys, first time seeing the Junior Dragsters, all these kids leave off a foot brake. So there's no electronics, purely off the foot brake. Right, Siobhan Harvey coming out now in the UASA Batteries Speedflow AA Junior Dragster, who's dialed in with a 7.68. And in beside her is Tegan Smith, a AA Junior Dragster, who's dialed in with a 7.79, the Stop Slow Traffic Control Junior. So about a 10th of a second difference on the stagger on the Christmas tree.
Tegan with a 003 light.
Crack of the light there for Tegan Smith, but she's got to be careful she doesn't break out. And she gets the win, a 785 on a 779, beats a 769 on a 7.68 from Siobhan Harvey.
Start line tells the story.
All right, Charlize Bribble from Vernon in South Australia, the MV Automatics. Wade's Automotive Refinishing Just Muscle Cars. We've got Phantom Powder Coaters, Chook's Custom Graphics and Motorsport Connections.
Alex Rafalo in the Rocket Lane. Sponsored by Sydney Waterscapes. AAJD. Doled in at 7.72. Charlize with a 7.97.
You certainly can't miss Charlize's Junior Dragster. The pink and black livery on the car certainly stands out. Unfortunately, a red light for Charlize. Also a
Red light for Alex as well.
double red light, but Alex went
Less.
so he's got the automatic win. All right, Taylor Smith from Naminga in New South Wales, the Northwest Parts and Performance AA Junior Dragster, who's dialed in with a 7.70. About to take on Nixon Cannuli from Rosella in the A Civil Mike Boss Dragster, who's dialed in with a 7.75. They had a few issues with this car during the day.
Won the first round. So they sorted their problems out.
Taylor Smith just inching forward in the Moonshine Mayhem Junior Dragster. Second to stagger on the lights. Unfortunately there for Nixon, a red light, so Taylor Smith through to the next round of the Junior Dragsters. Is round 2 of the Junior Dragsters. They'll have round 3 a little bit later, and then tomorrow they'll have another round to make up for the one that they missed tonight. So round 4 will be tomorrow. All right, Carlos Harvey coming out now. Looks like he's going on a solo because he's our #1 qualifier. Has dialed in a 7.98. Sponsored by UAS Batteries and Speedflow, as well as RJ Construction and Custom Plenium Creations.
So qualifying for juniors works off reaction times. So Carlos went 001 during qualifying, so therefore he's the #1 qualifier.
Yep.
Which is a fair way to balance it out with A, Bs and Cs.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, I have been at a race meet before where I've seen 3 000s in qualifying for Junior Dragsters. 0.29 on the tree for Carlos Harvey, 1.69 in the 60, and runs on through with a 7.96 with the 3 on a 7.98 dial-in. So, good way to test where the car's at in these conditions. So,
just reconfigure the track back to quarter mile, I think.
Yes, that's right.
Who we got up next, Dewey?
We have got Super Street.
Second round?
Yep, this will be the second round of Super Street. And boy, haven't Super Street been turning it on in their qualifying and their round 1 as well. So it's going to be tough, but that's the name of the game for Super Street. Still got plenty more of the Aeroflow Sportsman coming up. Of course, after Super Street, we'll have Super Sedan, and then we're due to have modified Super Gas, modified bike, Top Sportsman, and
Still plenty of racing to be had.
oh yeah, the Supercharged Outlaws will be coming out again. So we will have to double check whether Supercharged Outlaws will be coming out, but we've certainly got Super Street that was scheduled to come out next. But we will soon find out. I can see Super Sedan in the lanes. All right, moving into Super Street. This is round 2. And we've got Emmanuel Candros from Belmore, the Big H Racing Ford Capri. 347 cubes of Windsor power on board, and he's about to take on David McGlynn from Morisset Park, the Morisset Batteries and Tyres HQ GDS. David's dialed in with a 1066, and Emmanuel has dialed in with a 1046.
Red light from Emmanuel. David Glynn with a very good 028 light takes the win. 1077 on a 1066. Next we have Richard Matasevic in the Aeroflow lane, and Cooper Lay down from Queensland. In the Rocket lane, Cooper dials at 1094 and Richard at 10.50. 055 light for Cooper and 087 light for Richard. And Cooper takes the win. 10.94, 6 on a 10.94.
Yeah, so round 2 of Super Street. Aidan Stutchbury from Dialed In Racing and co-sponsored by Shorty's Performance, about to take on Luke Griffiths. I'll tell you what, wouldn't this be a scalp if Aidan can take out Tex?
Absolutely.
It won't be easy by any stretch of the imagination.
.221 light's not going to help Aidan much.
No, not at all. Tex with an 052 on the tree. Tex on the brakes just before the finishing line. Unfortunately, a breakout there for Aidan, a 1060 with a 9 on a 1065 dial in, and Tex a 1044 and a 1044 and a 1034 dial in. As we got John Massey from New Beath in Queensland, the Styromax fiberglass panels, AMC Hornet, dialing in with 11.11.
Dig that car.
You like it, don't you?
Yeah.
It's nice, isn't it?
Nice and different.
And Corey Stutchbury from Jordan Springs, the PSC Racing and Dialed In Racing. Holden Commodore. Unfortunately, a red light there for Corey.
And John Massey will take the automatic win.
And both of them broke out.
Breaks out, but doesn't matter for John. He goes through to the next round.
All right, Sammy Joe Johnson flying the flag now for Dialed In Racing. No pressure.
None.
Dialing in with an 11.53.
Well, no pressure on a solo.
No, but an 087 reaction time for Sammy Joe. She preferred it to be just slightly quicker than that on the reaction time, but she goes an 11.56 on an 11.53 dial-in. Right, Troy Hutton coming out now from Pimpana in Queensland. The TH Tiling and Waterproofing Holden HK Monaro.
On another solo. Gets away with a 127 light. It runs at 1075 and a 1074.
Well, guys, that's it for round 2 of Super Street. We're about to get into round 2 of Super Sedan. And Robert Carlin in the Speed Pro and Dandy Engines XYU about to take on Peter Felimetto.
Two fast Falcons right here.
Absolutely, the PBM Earth Moving XYGT.
It's got 598 cube Ford motor in it.
Yeah.
Ran 858, qualifying to be our #1 qualifier in Super Sedan.
Well, it's coming up on our screen as an SSAA, but on his, it's just an SSA, so it's naturally aspirated.
Yeah, it's got a window on it.
5.081 on the tree from Robert Carden. He's thrown down the gauntlet. And on the break, just before the finishing line, he goes a 9.62 with a 2. And Peter, unfortunately, a breakout, an 8.56 with a 3 and an 8.58 dial-in. Robert Carden, well, I'll tell you what, he knows how to play the game when it comes to Super Sedan racing.
Very good bracket racer.
All right, Rudy Wyatt from Pine Mountain in the Pine Mountain Performance. Holden VS Commodore is dialed in with a 9.32, and James Barnes in the Ford Mustang, the M&K Trailers and BG Engines Mustang, who's dialed in with an 8.51. I really like this car of Rudy Wyatt's.
Yeah, good looking car, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still retains a lot of its street look about it.
So's the Mustang. I like that Mustang. Rudy with a 178 light and James with a 028.
Well, James has got the advantage and he gets the win at 8.54 on an 8.51 dial-in for James Barnes as Dinos Stephanopoulos comes out now from Rydalton in South Australia. The Moss Refrigerated Transport Ford TC Cortina about to take on the Flying Grape Jack Moreau in that beautiful looking Ford Capri. G&M Electrical Group 434 small block Chevy on board for Jack.
That's got a big ass scoop on it, Demos's car, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it does. It's like a pro stock.
Well forward on the bonnet too.
Well, an 071 to a 004 for Jack. Jack's got his A game on. And he's got the win. Double breakout both sides of the track. But Jack went under by the least amount. So he's through to the next round of Super Sedan.
And we have a little sibling rivalry going on the start line here. Brothers against brothers.
This could be very, very interesting, JB.
Both boys from Forbes, obviously. Andrew Little in the Aeroflow lane in the Camaro, and his brother Michael in the Rocket lane in the Tirana.
So Andrew Little, the
Rocket
bush
lane in
rat.
Tirana. It's a Camaro.
Andrew Little in the 67 Chev Camaro. And Michael Little down there in his trusty LJ.
Yep.
Yep.
Both very accomplished racers. This will be bragging rights.
Well, they're both very good on the tree, these two.
So they're going to have a little sit. Try and psych each other out. Andrew goes in. Mick taking it. 0.23 for Andrew, wins the start line. Mick goes 0.37. Mick drives around him, 9.30 and a 9.31.
Yeah, double breakout both sides of the racetrack. Here's another great matchup as well in Super Sedan. Carl Chevy Taylor, the Tilly Motorsport Spares Chef Bubble Top. Street registered this car as well.
The two red GM products.
Yeah, Victor Sologianis in the K&A race engines and ProTrans Performance Automatics.
Both guys sponsored by ProTrans.
Yeah, Victor got the baby motor in the Tirana at the moment, the LH. He does have a bigger motor that eventually will make its way back into the car, and he will be stepping back up into top sportsman. But for the moment, running in Super Sedan and doing a damn good job, as is Carl Chevy Taylor from the Northern Beaches of Sydney. BK Race Engines helping out Carl Chevy Taylor. Actually, I haven't seen Billy at all today.
No.
He might be here tomorrow. How good does the big Chev bubble top look on that shot?
Good look.
It looks fantastic. So 10.07 dial in for Carl, 9.30 for Victor.
Carl with an 013 light and Victor with an 034 light.
Both cars picking up those front wheels off the start line. Victor doing all the chasing.
Start line advantage for Carl and takes the win. 10.09 and a 10.07.
Geez, the great matchups keep coming. We've got Nathan Cowie from
It's
Glenorchy.
not getting any easier, is it?
Absolutely not. I actually didn't expect this in the second round of racing for Super Sedan. Nathan Cowie in the Cowie Sign Suzuki Mighty Boy dialing in with an 8.90. Dale Hartill Law from Silverdale in the Prestige Air and Electrical Ford Mustang dialing in with an 8.55.
That's a wild looking little car, isn't it?
Oh, it looks
That
fantastic.
mighty boy. Oh, leaves a big wheel stand.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, Dale Hartill Law has got the advantage.
Start line advantage. And takes the win. 8.57 on an 8.55.
Yeah, it's always been a very good package, that car of Dale Harthill Law. All right, we've got Brett McNiff in St Mary's Engines. Valiant. I don't think you can get sick of seeing this car, Brett McNiff's.
Yeah,
It's
cool looking car.
It's really stood the test of time, hasn't it? Great looking car. And of course, beside him is Robert Camilleri from Birdwooden in Victoria, the Sunraysia Mower Centre Pontiac GP. 565 cubes, a big block Chev on board for Robert.
426 cubes of Chrysler power for Brad.
Oh, red light there from Robert Camilleri. Brett McNiff through to the next round of Super Sedan. It goes 904 on an 898. Right, that is it for round 2 of Super Sedan, and we are about to get into round 2 of Modified. And we've got Alison Stewart in the LA Racing Lubricants rear engine dragster, dialing in with a 7.60. And in beside her, Anthony Rochella in the A Hot Rod Just Muscle Cars, sponsored Chef Coupe.
Jeff's taking his hat off.
He has. So Anthony Rochella has been our number 10 qualifier with a 7.96, and Alison Stewart was currently sitting at number 6 in the qualifying order with a 7.65. So good speed from both cars, around that 170 miles per hour. Alison Stewart just marginally better. She's got a 440 cube Ford motor in the back of the dragster. And Alison generally pretty good on the lights, but she'll want to be on her game against Anthony Rochella. He's been stepping it up.
Playing greens, 020 light for Anthony and 042 for Ali.
Alison gets the win. Unfortunately, a breakout there for Anthony Rochella.
2-hour breakout. No, 5-hour, excuse me.
Yeah, 7.91 with an 8 on the 793. Great package there from Alison Stewart, though. A 7.62 on the 760 as Jess Turner comes out now in the ETS Race Fuels and Wild Ink sponsored Spitzer Dragster, dialing in with a 7.67, and in beside her, Danielle McCaskill in the Mark 1 Welding and Torquay Hotel at Harvey Bay, sponsored A modified dragster, who's dialed in with a 7.28. 410 cubes small block Chev on board for Jess, and 555 cubes big block Chev on board for Danielle.
Both girls in the stage. Jess away with an excellent 013 light, and Danielle not far behind with an 024 light.
just goes through for the win, a 7.74, 7.67 dial in. Peter Brown coming out now, the Sims Integrated Solutions Dragster, who's dialed in with a 7.61. And he's taking on Adriana Cartledge, the Pro Street Towing Dragster from Kilmore, Victoria, who's dialed in with a 7 flat. Both of them 500 cube motors. This should be a very, very good race between both competitors. Adriana McCaskill's Dragster likes to get up on the rear wheels on the hit.
Did you call her Adriana McCaskill?
I did actually.
She was a McCaskill, now she's a Cartledge.
Yeah, I've been calling her McCaskill for so many years. I keep forgetting she's a Cartledge. I was looking at the card, not looking at the screen.
You're excused.
Thank you.
Adriana was our number 1 qualifier in modified tonight.
So Peter Brown, he knows he's got a race on his hands.
Leaves with 023 light, and Adriana with 030 light, very close on the tree to each other. Oh, Adriana takes the win.
Unfortunately, a breakout there for Peter Brown, 7.59 with the 9 on a 7.61.
Hate that.
But that's what happens when it comes to modified.
That's racing, as they say.
All right, Brooke Rapasada, who's been super sharp on the lights today.
Against Corey Dyson, up from Kilmore in Victoria. Corey hasn't been too shabby on the tree either.
Absolutely not. He was our number 8 qualifier too with a 7.69, and Brooke Rapasada was our number 12 qualifier with an 8.08. 464 big block Chev in the front of Brooke Rapasada's face, and Corey Dyson with the 400 cube Chev
behind him. Goes 079 on the tree. I don't know what happened to Corey. No, he's got a problem.
Yeah, 8.10 on an 8.10 dial in there for Brooke Rapasada.
That was keen.
What a package that car is. That's going to be very tough to beat tomorrow, I reckon, Brooke Rapasada. But tomorrow is a new day.
Corey obviously with a problem.
All right, that is it for modified round 2, and we're about to get into the semi-finals of Super Gas.
Some tough matchups in this semi.
Well, especially this one, we've got Joe Catanzariti about to take on one of the Romeo family in the VP Commodore. So 990 fixed index. No deep staging, a pro tree.
Roy Romeo in the Aeroflow lane and Joe Catanzariti in the rocket lane. Just waiting on the track to get cleared. Roy's getting the burnout signal. Was our number 3 qualifier, and Joe was our number 1 qualifier with a 9.901 on thou perfect.
Got 021 on the tree there for Roy Romeo.
On advantage to Roy, 041 for Joe. 9903 for Roy.
Which is that car's on
Three
rails.
there on the right side. Next we have Roy's son, Luke Romeo, in the Aeroflow lane. And Nicholas Polito, the two young guns.
You've got to hand it to the Romeo team when it comes to super gas racing. They've got those cars dialed in to
Very
the
committed.
T.
Both these boys out of junior dragsters.
Yeah, Nicholas Polito in the Motorsport Parts and Services Ford Pro. He was our number 4 qualifier with the 995.
002 live for Lethal. And 046 for Nicholas. See what happens at the finish line. Backed off a little too much there, Luke.
Yeah, Nicholas Polito
Takes the win with a 992. So it'll be Joe Catanzariti against Nicholas Polito in the final.
Well, next up we've got modified bike. And this is round number 2. We've got Jeffrey Marshall down for Queensland on the on-site panel and paint Suzuki GSX. About to take on Jimmy Jock Stewart from Ellamore Vale on board the Hunter Moto Kawasaki ZX14. Jimmy Jock has dialed in with a 9.70. And Jeffrey Marshall with an 8.55. Great looking bike that of Jeffrey Marshall. Well, 8.53 on the tree for Jimmy Jock. Here comes Jeff. And Jeff gets the win, crosses the line with an 8.58 on an 8.55. Next up, we've got Dean Jamison on board the Castleton Motorcycles Suzuki Hayabusa. 8.78, dial in. About to take on Jesse Barnes on the Pro Tune Motorcycle Suzuki GSXR 1300. A street bike, but he comes out and punches above his weight, running in the B modified bike class, and Dean the A modified bike. Jesse's dialed in with a 10.27. Jesse does plenty of racing here at Sydney Dragway. He's just about here every week for the Aeroflow Race for Real events that we run every Wednesday night. So he's got plenty of practice on the tree. Oh, it's deep staged. You want to be a little bit careful he doesn't red line. And an 0.69 to a 0.082 for Dean Jamison. Dean has absolutely treated him and gets the win. An 8.78 with a 6 on an 8.78 dialed in there for Dean Jamison. Great run from him as Dale Marshall comes out now from Yangara in Queensland on the second of the on-site mobile paint and panel Suzuki GSXs. These are ex-pro stock bikes that they brought down from Queensland. Also sponsored by Dave Oliver Motorcycle Tyres. He's dialed in with an 8.58, and beside him is Rochelle Strike from Newbeath in Queensland on board the Final Strike Contracting Hull Davidson Bat Bowl. And 0.75 on the tree for Dale Marshall, 0.207 on the tree there for Rochelle. And Dale gets the win, an 8.74 on an 8.58 dial in, 10.29 to a 10 flat there for Rochelle. So unfortunately just a little bit too slow on the lights to put any pressure on Dale. That is it for round 2 of modified bike. Next up, we've got Top Sportsman. This is round 2. And we've got a battle of the Fowler family. We've got Gregory Fowler down there, the Tomcat, the Chevy Beretta.
Father versus son.
Better take on Steve Fowler.
Gregory being the father.
685 dialed in for Steve Fowler. And Gregory with
wins the burnout contest.
Oh, yeah. Got 7.56 dialed in there for Gregory.
685 dial in for Stephen.
Both cars running 700 plus cubes of Chev power on board. We've got a Skippy. It's floating around down by the track. So we've just got to wait for this Kangaroo to make its way back to where it came from. We're ready to send Gregory and Steve Fowler.
Who's going to stage first?
Well, they've had to wait for that Kangaroo to vacate the premises. Now I can see them pushing back Steve Fowler's car. So Gregory gets the automatic win in the Beretta. Maybe there's just something has happened with that car, or it's dropped a little bit of fluid, which our starting team have picked up. But a 775 and a 756 dialed in for Gregory Fowler, as Josh Boscovich is about to come out now in the Wild Ink Motorsport and Bosco Mobile Mechanical XA Coupe that runs a healthy dose of nitrous, as does Zach Nasevic from Narrawarren in Victoria. The Addictive Performance Ford Capri, 540 cubes, big block, Chev on board, and a healthy shot of nitrous. So it is a battle of the old school Fords. Josh is dialed in with an 8.05 and Zach Nasevic with an 8.15.
Customary reversing purge from Josh.
Two great looking vehicles down on track.
There's the purge from Zach. Customary dry hop from Josh. And a purge to go with it. 2:41 light for Zach. Oh, close to the centre line for Josh.
Yeah, Josh
riding that centre line hard.
Yeah, Josh was fighting it, but an 8.23 with the 9 on an 8.15 dial in for Zach, and a 7.98 with a 4 on an 8.05 dial in there for Josh. He was really fighting that BX8 coupe. Yes, we've got Brett O'Connor coming out now in the Jenkins Performance Engine Chevy Camaro, who's dialed in with a 7 flat. And in beside him, Anthony White from Pine Mountain, Queensland, the Pine Mountain Performance Holden Calibra, also sponsored by Hercules Trailers and Blue Dog Training. Dialing in with a 7.62. Now, Brett's car is capable of getting into the 6s. This thing is also running nitrous as well. Anthony White, well, he's been pretty quick on the lights today in this Holden Calibra, and his times have been super consistent. Well, in the mid 760s. Brett O'Connor, 7 flat out of the car. So Brett does plenty of racing here at Sydney Dragway, our New South Wales State Championship Series. Well, 23 on the tree for Anthony White. Unfortunately, a red light there for Brett O'Connor, and I'm pretty sure that he did touch the centre line there.
Like
so he lost the race anyway. But, that was a bit of a wild ride there for Brett. As Paul Partridge comes out now in the BK Race Engines and Coating King sponsored Ford Mustang. And Ennio Morocco in the Martello Automotive Pontiac Firebird, who's dialed in with an 8.11.
It just touched that cone.
Yep. Looks like he just caught the 540 foot marker. So Pardo about to come out. Of course, he's won plenty of races in Top Sportsman here at Sydney Dragway. And Ennio Morocco, who's up from Junction Village in Victoria. Good to see him make the trek up. 8.11 dial in for Ennio. A 7.89 for Paul Partridge. Well, 0.14 on the tree there for Pardo. Unfortunately there for Ennio, a red light, and he just gets off it. He knows the race is done, and a 7.93 on a 7.89 for Paul Partridge. All right, next up, we are getting into Supercharged Outlaws. This is round 2. And we've got Tim Gruber in the Queen Bian Engine Services Ford Cortina about to take on Paul Wood in the PWW Builders Chevy Camaro, who's out in the same lane he was before. Paul Wood. Oh, now, it got up in the RPM, but
That was unusual.
there wasn't any smoke out of the tyre, so... Look,
He's not happy with that burnout, so he's going to go again.
well, I mean, Tim Gruber does a fairly long burnout process in TC Cortina, so Paul will have time for a short, sharp burnout.
That's better. Paul Wood dialed in with a 6.90. Tim Gruber with a 7.57. Second round of Supercharged Outlaws.
Paul Wood has had a couple of wild rides already in this car, but they're starting to get a handle on it. And Tim Gruber, the ultra consistent Ford Cortina, 7.57 dial in for Tim.
So they're having a bit of a problem with that transmission there, getting it into forward.
It's almost like when he's got it in reverse, he's got to bump it just to get it into gear. Now I can see our start line crew just signalling to Paul Wood, so I don't know if there's been a couple of drops of fluid that have come out of Paul's car.
Tim's in a pre-stage, they're telling him to wait.
Right, looks
No,
like
he's in a full stage, looks like he's got the solo. Yep.
that's unfortunate there for Paul Wood, but a good chance for Tim Gruber to test that dial in, and gets off it just after half track and rolls on through with an 8.21 with a 4. Well, that's a shame there for Paul Wood, because they're really starting to make inroads with the big Camaro. But he'll be back to fight another day. So just wait for Paul's car to be moved back. Because we've got David Escort from Narrawarren in Victoria, the Ost Truck and Trailer Repairs Pontiac Funny Car, who's dialed in with a 6.53. And in beside him, Greg Angus in this beautiful looking HJ Coupe, who's dialed in with the 7.66. Stand up against the funny car. The Supercharged Outlaws. That high revving 372 cube Chev in the big HJ. sounding nice and sweet, as is the 571 cube big block Chev in the funny car. Oh, 001 on the tree there for David Escort. And gets the win, a 6.53 with a 3 and a 6.53 dial in. Sydney Dragway, put your hands together.
4,000s package.
Fantastic racing. And Greg Angus, well, he went 7.66 with an 8 on a 7.66 dial in. So
Tough racing.
That's fantastic. It was all one on the reaction time.
Not much will beat a 003. Only a couple.
Yeah, not much will beat them at all, but that was fantastic to see. That was awesome. .653 with a 3 on a 6.53 dial in, and a 7.66 with an 8 on a 7.66 for Greg Angus.
Extremely tough racing.
Very tough. All right, Bruno Matajasevic coming out now. He's from West Wodonga in Victoria, the PC Freight Holden HG.
Looks like Bruno's just going to stage and take the light.
Yeah, I don't blame him. He's got the win. They still have got a round of racing tomorrow, or semi tomorrow. Yeah, it'll be down to semis tomorrow for Supercharged Outlaws, but great stuff by all the racers who were part of Supercharged Outlaws. Great effort, put on a fantastic show. All right, we're getting into performance bike, and we've got Edge Malice, who is coming out on the Brox Performance Kawasaki, the Double D comp bike. This is Group 2 Index Racing. He's going to be taking on Tim McClure from Baldivis in Western Australia, the McClure Motorsports Suzuki Hayabusa. Edge Malice. The national record for Double D comp bike is a 7.92. And Tim McClure running in a street bike. His national record is an 8.80. So he will get the head start. He's got 1,340 cc's on board, and you'll probably want to use every single one of those 1,340 cc's, because Edge Malice, I reckon he'll have his game face on right about now. He's been racing for a long, long time, Edge. 1.126 to a 0.189. Edge getting very close to that centre line. He might have to roll off to keep the bike off the line, but he gets the win. An 8.20 with a 9 to a 9.55 there for Tim McClure. So Edge Malice is through. Was Chicago shootout for these guys, but that actually works to his advantage, getting that win. As Bo Strike comes out now on the final strike, contracting Harley Davidson Fat Bob street bike. His national record is a 9.63, and Vanessa Rodman from East Mackay is on the A comp bike. Well, Vanessa's got the win. Unfortunately, a red light there for Bo. Right, Bobby Schulter, I should say, coming out now. The Shark Leathers Kawasaki ZX-10R, running in D altered bike, about to take on Dave Finlayson from Crestmead in Queensland, the Alcott Hire Proprietary Limited Suzuki, running in the A street bike class. So an 880 for Dave Finlayson is the national record, and the national record for Bobby is an 8.69, and Bobby Schulter, well, I thought she rolled the beams then, which she has. Unfortunately, a red light there for Bobby Schulter. She left before the tree was activated. So Dave Finlayson through to the next round, points-wise, for the Chicago shootout. Not the way he probably would have wanted to win the race, but that is racing. But he will get the win points. Right, next up we got Arvine Orta from Hamilton in Queensland on board the BMW B street bike. 9.15 national record to Joseph Curry on the V comp bike. An 8.69 national record there for Joseph. Great reaction time there from Mr. Cool. 007 on the tree. That is going to be very tough to beat for Orvine. But Orvine rode around him and got the finish line first. A 9.27 to a 9.05. Geez, I thought Joseph might have had that. That was very, very close. All right, Ken Collin on the Rascal Race Engine Suzuki Hayabusa, running in A altered bike. About to take on Cheryl Beddoes on the V comp bike. So Cheryl will be leaving just over a second before Ken Collin. And Ken Collin, 0.61 on the tree on board the Boozer. And crosses the finish line first and goes a 780 at 172 miles per hour. And Cheryl Beddoes, a 9.07 for her. As Nathan Nielsen from East Mackay, he's coming out on the solo. So here's another one that just might accept the tree. Just save the bike for tomorrow. Oh, I'll tell you what, that moved around a lot, around 60 foot. Big turn of the rear tyre there for Nathan Wilson. 1.21 in the 60. Well, guys, got a little bit of clean-up in the Aeroflow lane. That would probably explain why Nathan had such a big turn of that rear tyre on board his Suzuki Hayabusa. So we'll get this cleaned up as quickly as possible because we're going to get into round number 4 of the Junior Dragsters. Oh, sorry, round 3, I should say. Round 3 of the Junior Dragsters. Well, guys, it looks like we do have a little bit of a mop-up in the Aeroflow lane, so we might just throw up to some ads, and we'll be back very, very soon here at the 2025 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out.
How far away is that storm? And another thing, how does an engine keep going out here?
machines. Just great career choice. Stop thinking and just go for it.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future.
Well, welcome back to the 2025 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Here at Sydney Dragway, we are getting into round 3 of the junior dragsters, and Sophia Kuchel from Irimpu in Victoria in the Atlantic Oil sponsored junior dragster about to take on Benjamin Attard in the ITF Hire Pro Tilt Towing dragster, who's dialed in with an 8.25. Sophia has dialed in with an 8.66. We're just waiting for Sophia and Benjamin to make their way into stage. Well, 96 on the tree there for Benjamin Attard. He's got the advantage and has got the win, an 8.45 and an 8.25. Unfortunately for Sophia, a breakout and 8.64. little bit too quick as we've got Paige King about to come out now from Rochdale South in Queensland, the Todd's Fiberglass B Junior.
Page's car's got headlights.
Yeah, it's got a little light on the front of it.
Yeah, never seen that before. Pretty bright on our front on shot.
That's right.
So Alex Rafalo in the rocket lane, dial 7.72. Page dials 9.17. Light for Page and a 007 red light, unfortunately, for Alex. Page will take the win. Runs a 9.24 and a 9.17 dial.
All right, Madeline Datsun from Rostreva in South Australia, the Paradise Mazda sponsored A Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.15. This is going to be a heads-up race. Charlotte Lifting in the Speedflow products. A Junior also dialing in with an 8.15.
Doesn't happen very often.
No.
Same identical dial-ins.
Certainly doesn't happen very often.
See who takes the win out of these two young ladies. South Australia versus New South Wales. Light for Madeline. Wins the start line battle at 125 light for Charlotte. And unfortunately, Madeline goes under and breaks out. Charlotte Lifting takes the win. Next we have Tegan Smith with a 781 dial-in. And James Barlow from South Australia with a 798 dial-in. Tegan from Albion Park, sponsored by Power Cruise.
Yeah, let's see if Tegan can snag another cracker reaction time. That's what won her the last race. And she's up against James Barlow. 7.98 dialing for James, who's done really well in the Reach Transport A Junior Dragster. They've probably just detuned Tegan's car, oh so slight.
Yeah, went 775 for qualifying.
An 038 to an 094. Tegan has got the advantage and gets the win. A 781 with a 7 on a 781 dial-in.
Not too shabby.
But neither was James Barlow. A 798 with a 2 on a 798.
Yes, extremely tough. One on the start line.
Great effort there from both those races.
And here we have Taylor Smith, another Smith, but not related, I don't think. And Miss Bailey Hawke from South Australia. Miss Bailey with an 801 dial and Taylor with a 7.70. Bailey with a 101 reaction time and Taylor with a 163. Miss Bailey takes the win. 801.8 on an 801.
See all these packages starting to come together.
Tough ones, isn't there?
Certainly are. Carlos Harvey, the UASA batteries and speed flow. Dragster.
All the way from Auckland, New Zealand. And Abel Walker, all the way from South Australia.
And Carlos dialing in with a 7.95. Ava, Double A Junior, has dialed in with a 7.73. Should be a good race between both these drivers. Not much in it at all. 0.2 of a second on the tree. Both dragsters in the stage.
041 light for Carlos and an 098 Ava. Carlos takes the win. 797 on the 795.
A great run there from Carlos.
81 mile an hour.
That's good, isn't it?
Ah, when you're sitting an inch off the ground.
Yeah. Right, Zane Condello coming out now in the Fine Line Motorsports. A Junior
Gets the gift solo.
Yep.
Junior Dragster should be down to quarterfinals.
Yeah, no, they've put on an awesome show on so far this weekend. To have 51 of them turn up to an event, like, that's
fantastic
impressive.
field.
That's impressive.
.019 light for Zane. That's why he's number one.
Yeah, good chance to test that dial in as well. And an 802 with the one and an 801. Dial in there for Zane.
Zane was our number 2 qualifier with a 006 reaction time. Juniors qualify off reaction time. Next up we should have Super Street, I think.
Yep, by the look of it, I can see Sammy Joe moving forward. Ah, what a race. If she had Tex Griffiths following her out from the lane.
Yeah, maybe not. That's how it's going to pair, but we'll see
well,
when they come out from under there.
I'll tell you what, Sammy Joe knows that she's got a race on her hands if she's up against Tex. Of course, he's got a very consistent package in that Plymouth Satellite of his. All right, Cooper Lay from Bigger Waters in Queensland. The Peter Lay Custom Imports Ford Falcon XR6. About to take on David McGlynn in the HQ.
Morisset Park.
I just want to make an announcement. Thomas Norbergen, if you are still here at the track, we have found your driver's license. So, Thomas Norbergen, we have your driver's license up here in the tower. If you come and see the meeting directors, they'll be able to give it to you.
So Cooper Lay, a third generation racer. From the famous Lay family. Let's see Peter Lay down there on the start line. Hey Pete. Pete's dad Rolly used to race back in the day. It's good to see Cooper carrying on the tradition. Obviously, Josh races the Nitro Funny Car.
Yeah. I'll tell you what,
racing roots run deep in the Lay family.
They do, and I'll tell you what, that's a nice looking car too that Cooper's brought down from Queensland.
Yeah, fast too.
Certainly is.
1087 and barrow motored. He'll be against David McGlynn, who's no slouch.
Absolutely
It'll
right.
be a good, tough race.
We're just waiting on these junior dragsters to get hooked up.
Yeah, that track's got to get reconfigured to quarter mile.
Yeah, well that too.
Yeah, and they've got to clear the burnout area before they send a pair.
Yes. Yep.
The return rate area, I should say. Who?
All right, engines have roared to life. Cooper Lay.
Here we go.
I love the number plates on the Falcon Coupe. That looks really cool. That's cool. That's cool. Of course, David McGlynn in his trusty HQ GTS. So a 1087 dial in for Cooper Lay.
This is third round of Super Street, Stewie?
Yes, it is. That's right. Yep.
.138 light for Cooper, a 112 for David McGlynn. Pretty close on the start line. See what happens at the other end. David McGlynn takes it.
Yeah, double breakout, both sides of the racetrack. But David McGlynn went under by the least amount. Okay, this is going to be a big, big race. Sammy Joe Johnson in the Raffia Scaffolding, Dialed In Racing and Shift Right, sponsored VE Commodore, about to take on the reigning national champion in Super Street, Luke Griffiths, in the Tex Automotive Plymouth Satellite. 11.51 dial in for Sammy Joe, a 10.35 dial in for Luke Griffiths.
077 light for Sammy Joe and a 008 for Luke. Sammy Joe's got it all to do. Brake lights for Tex takes the win. 10.40 on a 1035.
And 11.54 on 11.51 there for Sammy Joe. That was always going to be a tough race.
The 008.
John Massey out now in the Styromax fiberglass panels AMC Hornet. And Troy Hutton in the HK Monaro. 10.75 dialed in for Troy. 11.07 for John Massey.
.072 light for John and .172 for Troy. 1/10 behind. And John breaks out. 11.068 on an 11.07.
Yeah, Troy a 10.75 with a 5 and a 10.75 dial in.
Yes, 5 thou over. So the margin of victory in that was 7 thousandths.
All right, Brett McNiff
Gets the solo. No, he doesn't. Stop talking. He's racing Chevy Taylor.
Yeah, this should be.
It's been a long day.
Yes, this should be a really good race between these two. Two big American-made cars. Mopar versus Chev.
Spoke to Brett before in the pits and he said, don't talk me up, I don't want the commentator's curse.
Well, he wasn't talking to me, so I think he's safe.
Yeah. No, I've done the curse.
No, I do the curse all the time. I'm renowned for doing the curse.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yes.
So 9.02 dial for Brett and a 10.07 for Chevy. No one's in a hurry to stage.
Car Chevy Taylor, the first one to bump in.
5.45 light and Brett throws it away with an 074 red.
Carl Chevy Taylor.
Breaks out with a 10.01, but it don't matter. So Robert Cardham in the Aeroflow lane, dials a 9.60, and Jack Moreau dials a 8.79.
Both these two races are very, very good in their own right. Robert Cardham has been doing some really cracker reaction times today. Jack Moreau is not too far behind Rob.
0.22 for Robert and an 0.38 for Jack, so they're both close on the tree.
Here comes Jack trying to chase him down.
Oh, brake lights, it still goes under. 9.58 with a 6 on a 9.60, hands the race to Jack. Next we have Michael Little, dialed in with a 9.30, and James Barnes with an 8.51. For Michael and a 009 for James.
I think James has got it. Yes, he does. Unfortunately, a
51
breakout.
for the 3.
unfortunately for Michael, a 9.29 with a 5 and a 9.30 dial-in.
Yeah, that 009 pushed him to a breakout.
Yeah.
And here we have our last car going down the track tonight, Dale Hardle Law on a solo. Dale goes 002 red. Runs it through for an 8.56 on an 8.56. Be happy with that. All right, Stewie, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thank you to all our spectators who have stuck around to watch it to the very end. Don't forget tomorrow, guys, it's the business end of the Gulf Western All Nitro Champs. Huge big thank you to all the racers that were racing today. You've all done an outstanding job here today, and we look forward to seeing some tough racing tomorrow when we get into the semis for the Aeroflow National Sportsman Series. My name's Stuart White. I shall see you all tomorrow. Please take care on the way home if you're driving. And we'll see you tomorrow here for the 2025 Gulf Western All Nitro Champs.